What's up? Hello. Did you like that intro? Did you like the whoa, 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 whoa? I was going to pull up music and then I ran out of time. I already delayed it by like 15 more minutes than I thought I was going to. And then I was running late otherwise. And oh my God, chat is duplicating. What the fuck is going on? Oh my God. Everything is as hectic as I feel. Let me. What's up, everybody? Hello. Are you seeing double? I'm seeing quadruple currently. I'm gonna try to refresh it. Did that? Nope. Oh God. Oh no. Oh wait. Chat Noir might have fixed it by double typing. That's crazy. I think I know why it was happening. Hopefully it's all good. I think it is. Hello! Welcome. Hello. Who's ready? I'm ready. Do. Let's see. Hello. I was just on ad. Are you ready to rumble? Yes. I'm ready to race, in fact. It's tough, because John told me, he was like, hey, try not to look at the titles for the coming the sessions. Try not to look at the titles. It'll be better for everyone involved. And I said, okay, that feels like good advice. But it's tough for the current episode. For the active episode, I'm just like, I'm pulling it up. It's on the top here. So we're racing the tower. We're racing to the tower, I would say. Why is your room so dark today? That light's on. Oh, that light's not on. That would be why. That's a little bit better. It does help. It's good to point out because it helps with the graininess if things are a little bit brighter. Anyways. Episode 102. Right. And, okay. We're going to do a little bit something a little bit weird today, okay? Because normally, I have a takeaway at the beginning of every episode. At the beginning of every full episode, at least. And I was trying to think about what my takeaway was going to be. And I was in between a few things. But then I ran a session yesterday. I DM'd, and it wasn't a Kraken, but it wasn't good. I think one of my players, like on my preferred scale of like -5 to 5, with -5 being the worst, 5 being the best, 0 being neutral. I think one of my players, given their feedback, would have rated it about a -5, maybe -4. And the other players, were probably around like the 0, maybe +1 range. So that wasn't great. And it was one where I was trying out. I talked about this a little bit on stream that I'm trying out some new exploration mechanics. They did not go well. It was so way better than the Kraken. Well, for one of my players, I think it was about Kraken level. For the other two, it was not nearly as bad. It was a pretty bad. It was a pretty bomb one. Now, I also think there were maybe some extenuating circumstances, maybe some energy coming into the session. But I also, within my own personal estimation, was not happy with how it ran. I would myself rate it like a -1, at least. So, like, several of the mechanics just did not, like, in practice, they did not work how I wanted them to. And there were several mistakes that I made about kind of my last 2 sessions of the campaign, honestly. Like, choosing these spots to test the exploration mechanics was a huge miss on my part. And so, I told you we're going to do something weird today. My takeaway from last episode is, holy shit, I truly believe, I think last episode was evidence to me that Matt is really, he is trying stuff, and then he is going back and he is thinking about it. He is thinking about what went wrong, what went right, and he is using that experience to build something better, I think very consciously. That last episode reminded me so heavily of the Hells arc that I can't, it's difficult for me to see it as a coincidence. That it reminds me so heavily of that. And specifically that it reminds me of all of the things about the Hells arc that I liked and none of them that I didn't like. Or that, maybe not even that I didn't like, but that the players didn't like, or the players didn't grab onto, or the reasons that the players may not have enjoyed especially the first episode of the Hells arc, before they got to the tavern. It reminds me so heavily of it that it indicates to me that Matt was really thinking about it. And so, today, rather than talk about Matt and critique Matt, I want to take you through a little bit of my prep, some context, as the classic, it's so interesting hearing someone talk about their own campaign. I know. But I want to give some quest context for where I was at, some of my thoughts when prepping, some of the ways that it actually resolved in the play, some of the feedback I got, and really do the process, at least a very, high level kind of Spark Notes process of the process of self-critique, because I think it's incredibly important. And my feedback, my takeaway from last episode is that I think Matt did that really, really well. And I've already talked through all of the ways that I thought they compared. So I want to talk through my own session, because I'll be full out. I'll cards on the table here. I felt a little bit like an imposter yesterday. I felt a little bit like, damn, I get on and talk to people about D&D advice, and I critique Matt's exploration all the time, and then mine bombed so hard. But I felt like that for a little bit, and I had to tell myself, it happens. We all have our Kraken episodes. And that is also something that I want to really hit home, is it will never stop. Maybe we won't have something as bad as the Kraken. I don't think mine was as bad as the Kraken. But we're all going to have our kind of flop episodes. Or you're going to have something that you prep that runs totally different than you expected. And sometimes that's fun and fine. I think pretty much everything runs somehow differently than I expected. But when it runs so drastically differently than you expected, and it results in a bad time for your players. And one of the player that really didn't like it was not shy about it, which they're a good friend. It was all taken in good faith. It was a good environment for this sort of harsh feedback. But they were like, dude, I'm really busy, and I have very limited free time, and I appreciate that you were trying something and you were experimenting, but it's just really tough. I don't know that I can justify spending my free time on something like that. And and I was like, for sure, absolutely. And that is like I said, they're a good friend. I do not want to ascribe any negativity to that. We're very straightforward with each other. And I appreciate that about our relationship. It was harsh, but they really didn't like it. And and that was, they wanted to contextualize that. And I haven't had the chance to really dive into the details with them yet, because where we kind of ended the session, We did the feedback afterwards, which I've said before. I always asked for feedback afterwards, and I got it this time. I really got it. But it was kind of a lot of overall stuff, and I tried to handle it as best I could, and my players told me I handle feedback well, and I'm happy that I do. But sometimes when it's a little harsh, maybe I don't want to dive into the details at that particular moment. I want to digest a little bit. So I didn't dive into too many of the details right then. So I don't know their like super detailed, like low level opinion, but I have my own opinion on like why things didn't work that I want to talk through with you guys. Partially as like let's look at like what process I think Matt underwent. Also we all have the Krakens. And you should still try stuff, because even that player that was, giving that very harsh feedback, afterwards messaged me and was like, hey, to be clear, I'm not mad at you. I'm not like, I respect how that like you were trying something, and even if it failed in my estimation, I respect that you were trying it, whatever. And I think that is also the thing I want to stress, is that we should always be trying things. And when the thing that you try fails, you need to figure out why, so that you can try better next time. So with that said, I started writing up a little bit of context, but then I had to go and do something else, so I didn't quite have time. But I'll read some chats really quick before I go into it. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when it happened, but toward the end of the campaign, you can really feel that Matt is putting a conscious effort in a way that wasn't there at the very start. Absolutely. And even during the Chroma Conclave arc, like I think Matt was definitely putting effort into prep. I don't think and I'm not saying that this is what you're saying. I just want to be clear for my own communication of, I don't think that Matt was ever not putting effort into his prep and like the things that he was prepping, but I am sensing a much more conscious effort to learn from past sessions and like the ways that those past sessions went and resolved. That I didn't feel that sort of retrospective effort towards the beginning and kind of through the Chroma Conclave. I think there was maybe a little bit of it with Vorugal versus Umbersil. Like, I think there was maybe a little bit of retrospective effort on specifically like the arena and how they fought Vorugal, but not a ton. And definitely not a lot with Thordak. I did not really feel like the dragons really built on each other. Maybe with the exception of Raishan. But also I think that the way that Raishan ran might have also just been prepped the whole time. I didn't get like an explicit sense of like, oh, this is what went bad during Umbersil and it was fixed during Raishan. Raishan just seemed better designed. Whereas with this, it's like, oh, these are the things that went bad during the Hells Arc, and these appear to be the ways that he fixed them or addressed them. So yeah, it's like you said, it's tough to pinpoint, but I felt it so much last episode. Yeah. Oh man, Minnesota culture is lie to your face rather than tell you something bad. I long for honest, harsh feedback. It's so nice. It is like, I also grew up in that environment, and like most of the people I interact with are in that vein of like, lie to your face or hedge it, or, just focus on the positives rather than the negatives. My mom always used to say, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. That was the vibe. And so I even if that friend is sometimes, harsh or maybe a little bit mean, I really value the honesty, even if it hurts my feelings in the moment. It's like, it hurt my feelings a little, but I value the honesty more than I value my hurt feelings. I value that directness, and so I'm never going to discourage it, no matter how it like feels in the moment. Yeah. Yeah, I meant the same. Not about prep, about introspection. Yeah, absolutely. Learn from my mistakes. Yeah. So let's talk about it. Okay. So what's the context? Let me lay it down. Oh, well, wait. One before this. I thought saying if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say nothing at all means don't be cruel. An honest critique is not mean if given for a good reason. That's fair. I think it's I like that interpretation of the saying. I guess if that's how I would put it. I don't think that is how I was like. I think if I asked my mom, that's what she would say. But in practice, that is often not how it kind of played out. It was very much a don't give negative feedback, just focus on the positive at all cost. And if you don't have anything positive to say, and you don't have any, like, anything that you say can't be neutral, right? It can't be like direct and negative. Can't be negative at all. Because that was the environment I was brought up in. And I am not a super big fan of it. Yeah, I like don't be a dick much better. And I think that sometimes that, brutal, harsh honesty can sometimes trend in to, and I think one of the reasons that, how do I say it? I think it's tough because, like, to use the example of yesterday, while trying to still be, kind of abstract. I think that if you were just playing a 3-hour, 4-hour session where you actively didn't enjoy it the entire time, you were not having fun, like, for a moment. Your, negative emotions are probably running a little hot, right? And so when you're brutally honest, it maybe has a kind of tone to it. Especially if you're not having fun for the past 3 hours, it's probably relatively clear to the people you're with. It was relatively clear to me at the time before I even got the feedback. And so I think one of the reasons that people hedge away from the brutal honesty is because the context can sometimes give the, brutal honesty like a tone that it maybe doesn't even deserve. Like, because we're, coming out of this person clearly not having fun and, they're feeling 3 hours of not having fun without any other tonal stuff, it can just take on a tone of harshness or meanness that it might not have had if it were delivered not directly after, which is one of the risks of my style of collecting feedback, let's say, of like wanting to ask directly after the session. It is one of the risks there. And that's why, like, I have to really be really neutral emotionally about it, because I know that by asking directly afterward, I am inherently bringing in those emotions. And so and like, that is kind of the goal. That's kind of the point. I want to get the feedback while people are still feeling how they felt and while the details are still fresh in people's minds. And that has its like emotional risks, certainly. But I think if you can, I don't know how to word it, I guess handle it as a DM, it's like not the easiest thing to handle. Like I wasn't feeling good afterward. But I think the benefits of it definitely outweigh the negatives. If you can kind of separate those emotions from the actual feedback. Yeah. If both sides are being reasonable, it's not that hard. It's a gray area. Some people will take anything negative as mean, even if it's not. Yeah. And I super duper agree with this, Danny. It's a skill to word critique well. Even if you are like being brutally honest, or you're just being honest, there are infinite ways to word the same honest idea, right? Our languages are so complex. Our minds are so complex. There are so many ways. And I, as someone that just yaps and yaps and yaps on stream and loves talking, that is one of the things that I struggle with when trying to script something, right? When trying to script something, I run into constantly of like, I have this idea I want to communicate, but there's so many ways I could communicate it. How do I communicate it so that it will be like taken in the right way by the most people? Because I know that you can never, serve 100% of the potential audience. There's always going to be some misunderstanding. It's why I like live streaming, because if there is misunderstanding, someone chats it and then I can correct myself or I can reword it. But that's, even when you're able to go back and forth, it still is absolutely a skill to just word your thoughts well and your critiques well. Yeah. Yeah. So what did you like about today's session? Well, my character is still alive, at least. Yeah. I've never done it after every session, but would send forms after some session. It's hard to handle. Yeah. It's tough. It's like, it's the thing that I think if more DMs could consistently do and like figure out a way to collect feedback in a way that like you can handle. And I really want to be clear that I don't mean that like in any pejorative sense. There are ways I could collect feedback that I would not be able to handle. Like this. I would not be able to send out forms. I'm telling you right now, if I had the feedback in writing, I would obsess over it. I would not be able to handle it. If it was even remotely negative, I would just read it over and over and over and over and over again, and I would not be able to take it. For me, the emotional burden of getting it directly after with the emotions all tinging it is much easier for me to handle than if it was in written form. But that might be the opposite for some folks. So I really think the goal should be to find a way that works for you to collect that feedback consistently, or at least relatively consistently. Because that's going to be, I think, one of the greatest tools in your toolbox towards learning and getting better. Yeah. The worst is if you disagree with the critique, regardless of if you are correct or not. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Like, yeah. Yep. I don't even need to get into that old can of worms. But I feel that. Because when someone gives you feedback, if you are operating in good faith, like I wouldn't do this whole feedback thing if I was DMing for Adventurers League, or if I was volunteering at the Y and running an after school thing. Because I would not be confident enough that it was all in good faith. when I am collecting feedback and I know it's in good faith, which I believe with my current party, it's really tough when you disagree with the critique, because that critique still means something, right? Like, even if you disagree with it, if you believe it was offered in good faith, then there is something that prompted that. And they're like that did not just like come out of nowhere. They're not just saying it to hurt you, right? They are legitimately offering something. And it is really tough to dissect it if you just like fundamentally disagree of like, shit, like now you have to really dig down into all of the different layers of their critique to like try and find like the preference difference that exists within there. Because that is going to be like ultimately the root of the disagreement, and you need to find that root in order to parse like actual takeaways, right? If it's just a preference difference, then it's just a preference difference. But you still have to take that into account as a DM. You have to balance your players' preferences with your own preferences, right? And fucking, hey, speaking of something that I didn't do well, we'll get to it. But yeah, it's tough. I'm not even sure I can be with proper time and thought behind my words. I wish I could be eloquent on the spot. Man, and I'm the opposite, Bing Bong. Kind of, I guess the opposite. My writing, I think, personally, sounds very stilted and robotic. I like, with proper time and thought behind my words, I get too in my own head about it. But when I'm in the moment or when I'm on the spot, I think my gut is good at like finding the path to the right thing to say. And I'll say the wrong things along the way. But I think I can sort of navigate. I picture conversation as navigation, as exploration. Unironically, that's not like a fun D&D tie-in. That's how I picture it. And I am able to find the right path when I'm actually in it, when I'm actually looking around at the trees and the landscape, in a way that I could never find it if I was just looking at a map or imagining how I might find it. And that is like really core to just how I communicate. I'm also like very much not a person of like, let's go break and think about this. Like if me and Paige are having an argument, I am like, let's sit down and talk about this until we figure it out. I'm not good at giving space. Now, I've worked on it because sometimes space is a good thing and it is necessary. But my natural inclination is like, you know, people say like, don't go to bed mad. I'm like, oh my God, could you fall asleep mad? I couldn't. I need to talk about it. But starting things with I feel or I think, including made me feel, immediate makes an opinion rather than a fact, which helps, for instance. That's very accurate. I think that's true. Yeah. Oh, I remember to post my argument for Barbarian being a glass cannon. I'll have to check it out. Because I was interested in that. Let's see. It was anonymous forms. Is it Julio or Julio? I kind of assume Julio. But I never, taking the soft J is always a risk when I don't know. I don't think I've gotten that many I directly disagree with. I'm not sure how I'd handle that. I rarely do, but it happens occasionally. Yeah. Julio, because it's pronounced in Portuguese, but I'm online in American spaces. I don't mind Julio. Gotcha. Oh, it is. Wait, so it is Julio. Is it the soft H or the hard H? Or the hard? Is it the H sound or the J sound? Soft J. Sweet. Cool. it's so fun trying to communicate over chat, like super simple ideas that are just like weird to communicate through text. Like communicating pronunciation through text is one of, I think, the weirdest things about interacting with chat. It is like so consistently hard, and there's like no way to really make it better. Unless we all learn the, like, what is it, the IPA? The what's the yeah. There is the IPA. I can't read IPA. I wish I could, but it's like that feels like basically the only way to act like properly communicate pronunciation. Otherwise, it's just so hard. This makes me think about who is giving critique. I play in a D&D campaign where my brother is the DM, and he is seeking critique because he wants to be a good DM. I know I can never be as upfront to anyone as I am with him. That's fair. And that like comes into like the good faith aspect. It comes into like the level of trust of like, you know, how much you trust that they are like that how much they trust that you are being like really thoughtful with your critique. You know, even someone like your brother or your spouse or your partner, I think you're going to have a higher level of trust on that than even with a good friend. Because that good friend, as much investment as they have in like, you know, you as a person, it's probably not as much as a brother or sibling that you're very close with or a partner. So there's that higher layer of trust. Yeah. Anyways, okay, let's talk about my session. So for context, they have, I'm trying to think of like how to summarize it as succinctly as possible. They met an oracle in the woods. She's a teenage girl. They really like her. Her name is Velaval. And she is currently getting sick and exhausted and kind of losing track of reality because the local regional god of her area is gone and has been gone for a while. And she is essentially taking on some of his responsibility, but she is mortal. She is not divine, and so it is slowly killing her. There's no hard timer on when she would die. So that gets us to the first thing. I have a soft time pressure set up. They need to find this god and make him return before Velaval perishes. Next, there was a little bit of a sequence of them finding out where the god was. They have learned that he is almost certainly on this island, an island called Abbey Isle. He is trapped there. They think. He is. If you're listening, cover your ears. And so they set out sail for this island. Now, they only took a certain amount of provisions. They have a crew that they need to feed on their ship. And so that is a hard time pressure. They have a certain amount of resources, and you can fish as much as you want, but that is not going to feed an entire crew. That is maybe going to delay it slightly. So there is a soft time pressure of the overall quest, and there is a hard time pressure. This is mistake number one. I've often said, and we'll get a little bit more detailed as to why it's a mistake, because there is some contextual stuff. But in general, if there is a hard time pressure, and especially if it's like pretty short term hard time pressure, like my hard time pressure for them right now is probably like 5 to 10 days. I'd call that a pretty hard time pressure, or a pretty short hard time pressure. in the context of my campaign with how often they're long resting. That's pretty short. So, one of the problems with this is that on both sides of things, they are being pressured to take the absolute shortest path possible. If it was just a soft time pressure, they could justify potentially going off on small side quests or taking a little bit more time to explore or to learn about things because they don't have this like hard deadline, right? They can say, okay, we don't know when things are going to go bad. So now they can make kind of an evaluation in their head of like, how likely do I think this is to help? And the bar can be on the lower side. I think it can be more towards like the preponderance of the evidence, right? More likely than not, it's going to help. When it's just a soft time pressure, they can make that sort of evaluation of, okay, I'm looking at this thing. I think it is more likely than not to help or to make us progress or to aid us in some way. We can go after it. On the other hand, if it was just a hard time pressure, you can make like transactional calculations. You can say, okay, this seems like it's going to take exactly this much time. I think we have this much time before, I think it'll take us this long to get our task done, and we have this long to do it. So this side quest thingy that might help us or that might be useful to explore, we have the time for it, right? They can be pretty exact in their calculations and say, I'm pretty sure we have time for that. Now, theoretically, those two things are not mutually exclusive. However, it depends on the consequences of the clock running out. In the case of this clock running out, a person that they really like, and a kid, might die or go insane. They're not really sure. The consequence of this is that their crew probably mutinies and they are stuck in the middle of the ocean. I made a huge error in judgment in stacking these time pressures and for having both of their consequences be so radically bad. If I was going to do this, I need the challenges that I put in front of them to be very straightforward. I need it to be very linear. Like, frankly, I should have railroaded them harder. Because we are running into situations where they are like cutting conversations with useful NPCs short. They are not looking into possibly valid reasons of solving or possibly valid methods of solving their problems because there is a chance that they might be wasting time. There is like even just a small chance that they might be wasting time, and they are not going for those because I have these layered, in my opinion, I think it is because I have these layered time pressures with both drastic consequences for failing, right? So that is issue number one. By soft time pressure, do we mean it is a deadline that doesn't completely shut things down if they miss it, or a deadline that is ambiguous? That's a good question. I mean a deadline that is ambiguous. They do not know when the negative consequence will happen. They know that things are getting worse, but they're not able to plot out the rate at which things are getting worse and project a date off in the future. So for them, it is just an ASAP sort of thing. So that's how I'm delineating between soft time pressure and hard time pressure. Whereas with the hard time pressure, they know the crew is eating down the rations. Like eventually they will run out of food, and they can pretty confidently chart out when that will happen. Yeah. When it comes time, I always wonder how time pressure would affect a party that get everything back on a short rest versus a long rest. It's a great question. And that is why, like, the two time pressures that I am identifying here are time pressures where time ticking is progressing some sort of consequence that is outside of the characters themselves, right? So it is not the same thing necessarily as, like, I'm trying to think of like an equivalent that is more like that is more relevant to like short rest, long rest. It's how do I say it? It's not like a dungeon, let's say, that like respawns its monsters, where like there's a certain amount of time pressure to complete the dungeon before the monsters are respawned, right? And maybe if you fail to complete the dungeon, you get halfway in and then you have to retreat, and then you rest and you get everything back on the long rest, and then all the monsters respawn, right? I wouldn't even really call that a time pressure. It is, in the most literal of senses, and like how I would define time pressures. But that sort of time pressure is mostly going to serve to amplify challenge and to basically ensure that the party cannot long rest cheese a challenge, that they have to do it with the resources at their disposal within one long rest, right? That's what that sort of time, I would almost maybe even call that like a challenge timer of like, hey, you have to, it's like a Super Mario Sunshine or a Mario 64 red coin challenge, where like you have to collect all of the red coins within a certain amount of time, or the entire thing resets and you have to do it again. That's almost what I would say are the types of time pressures that are really affected by the party getting everything back on short or long rest. The timers that I'm talking about here are very different, where they are pressuring the party to do the thing in as few long rests as possible, not necessarily one long rest. You know what I'm saying? So those are kind of what I'm looking at there. So they are both a way to enhance challenge, but one is a way to focus on a specific challenge and say, I want to make sure that this challenge is exactly what like I want it to be. Like I don't want them to be able to bite this in multiple chunks. I want them to take it all at once. Whereas these other types of timers, these kind of external timers, the ones that I'm talking about here, are more of a overall challenge limiter. It means that I can introduce multiple small challenges, and if they had all the time in the world and they could rest between those small challenges, they would be trivial. But because I have these sorts of timers set up, they don't feel like it is justified to take a long rest between these small challenges. So it allows for small challenges to build up more than they would be able to if they could just long rest in between. So yeah, putting myself in the player's positions, I would probably be worried that the soft deadline might be shorter than the hard one. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like there's a lot of issues with doing this. I think and like the thing that I am taking away, like a very discrete, actionable takeaway that I'm taking away from this, is that if I'm going to stack these sorts of soft and hard time pressures, I need the consequences for one, or I think more ideally both, to be relatively minor. I need it to be like a missed opportunity. Like maybe we could put like a super interesting person in the town that they really want to talk to, and they're going to leave in 5 to 10 days, right? That is a timer. That is a timer that might prompt a party to not long rest where they otherwise might have, because they don't want to long rest, because they don't want to progress the time, because the more they progress the time, the less likely they are to be able to talk to interesting person McGee back in town. But that's pretty soft. If they miss Mr. Interesting McGee in town, that's okay, right? So I think that if you're going to stack them like I did, one or both of them should be that sort of much more soft side of things. Yeah. Having two serious consequences would make my player brain stress so much. I legitimately think that is like a large part of what is happening. Because I set up exploration challenges that kind of require them to experiment a little bit and to like look into things and to dive a little bit deeper into like beyond the surface of just what they're seeing. And I think that the stress of those two timers made them incapable of that. It made them like so afraid of analysis paralysis that they are just choosing the thing that seems the best on the surface and just barging forward. And that is like something I did not see ahead of time, and like something I'm really taken away from this. I'm always afraid to use too many spells as a spellcaster because there might be something I would need the spell the most. That's like what a good not doing that. Let's see. That's gonna be no, I'm sure. Let's go ahead and just that's a quick ban. There we go. All right. Anyways. So there is it's gonna hover on the chat. That's so fun. Hey, you know what? I don't care about I do not feel any sort of way. I'll just get that off screen because it'll distract me too much. There we go. There it is. All right. Man, that's like one of the first like immediate bans that I don't think was a bot that I've ever had. That's crazy. I'm a real streamer now. Anyways. So, one of the I've really made it. The next part that is super my fault, and that, speaking of like a preferences thing and me not considering my players' preferences, I set up a very alien and moderately hostile. I would even say hostile light, but I understand how it comes off more hostile to the players. But I set up a very alien environment. To give the further context, I set it up to where this god that they are searching for, that is trapped on this island, is the god of elongation, of infinite length, of stretching. And he I set up a like landscape conceit, is how I would kind of classify it, that as he is imprisoned and as he has tried to break out of his prison but failed, he stretched the island out of the material plane and into the outlands. The kind of space between planes where like Sigil exists, if you're aware of Sigil. and several of the other things. Yes, very wide ape. Very wide ape. And this wide rock, yeah. And I then set up essentially like a little kind of pocket dimension of like, okay, they enter the elongation and they are sort of transported to this alien realm. I love that sort of weird, wacky shit. I love looking at a alien environment where I don't understand how the rules work and experimenting with things and trying to figure out the rules as I go and test things. And I think this comes back to, number one, the time pressure. They're not interested in experimentation. So this alien and hostile environment has felt substantially more like them walking through a museum, because they will not interact with anything that does not force them to interact with it. Which, again, I would largely chalk up to the time pressures. But there's also a layer of preference there. This is a very wide sort of departure from what the rest of the campaign has been like. The rest of the campaign has been fairly grounded, like rural countryside adventure D&D. It has not been super planar or anything like that. Like, maybe there have been a few planar influences, but they have not had to deal with these super weird alien landscapes before. And especially not like a ton of weird. I'm using the term alien not literally, like I'm using it figuratively in terms of like just like strange and outlandish, right? They've had to if they've had to deal with that, they've had to deal with it in very bite-sized chunks, not in this much bigger and potentially more overwhelming environment. And that's one of the pieces of feedback that I got, is that some of the things that I was doing felt very overwhelming, which I don't think the alien environment helped with. Like, the exploration mechanics that I was trying and that I was implementing were themselves overwhelming, and that did not work well in a environment that was also overwhelming. So that was one of the other takeaways I had, is that like when trying these new that was one of the other takeaways I had from my own game, of like when trying new mechanics, if I am like trying my own custom mechanics that have like no, like, maybe have some influences from other places, but are like mine whole cloth, I need to not try that in an environment that is massively different in tone and style and rules from the standard. Because now not only are they trying to deal with my new rules and my new mechanics that I am being, somewhat strict about, because I want to see how the mechanics work and I like really like want to like hard test them. And then we're pairing that with a bunch of like weird kind of soft magic, like not with like explicitly within the D&D rules stuff that is very common on the other planes or on the other, realms within D&D. To give an example, something like the Tower of Despater in the Hell's Ark, right? I would call that soft magic compared to the rest of the D&D magic system, right? The fact that it's, always changing its position on the horizon. No matter where you look, it's there, right? There's no spell that is causing that. There's no mechanical way to do that. That's the soft magic side of D&D. And the further you get into like the Outlands and the other planes and Sigil, the more of that soft stuff you get. And that is not good when paired, or that's a really bad environment to try a bunch of new shit in. unless it's an environment that they've been spending a lot of time in and they already know the rules. They know the weirdnesses, right? They've spent all their time in the Feywild and they've figured out the magical code of the land, and then you try your own custom mechanics, but you don't pair them together. Huge miss on my part. And there's also an aspect of the players built these characters for not this sort of exploration, right? None of them are going to be like the planar or the Horizon Walker Ranger, right? None of them are that. And when you're trying custom mechanics and custom things, that takes more time at the table. People are constantly going back and forth, clarifying rules, clarifying mechanics. It takes so much more time. And one of the other pieces of feedback that I got that I really took to heart because I thought it was a very astute observation was like that session was so far diverged from like what has kept me coming back and like having fun within this campaign and like what I have sort of built my character within. It's so far diverged from that. And I said, oh yeah, damn, that's fair. When I built this environment, when I set up this conceit, I set it up to be like a half a session thing. And my big miss in that was that I did not properly anticipate how much tedium and how much longer litigating all of these custom mechanics would take. Like they are, I was focusing so much on making them as streamlined as possible, right? And I do think that they're relatively good, relatively streamlined, but they're still totally new mechanics. They're like learning a new game, or at least learning a portion of a new game. And that's just inherently going to suck up more time. And then I put all of that with these really tough consequences on the back end of it, pushing them forward. If they fail in these new mechanical challenges that I'm putting in front of them, no wonder it was so stressful. No wonder. How could I not have seen it? But sometimes you just miss it, I just missed it. There's no other explanation. Yeah. Do you retcon anything while running a game? If something's not working, then letting the players know, hey, I wanted to experiment. Can we agree that this happened? What are your opinions on that? It depends on how wide-reaching it is. I am absolutely willing to do that. Absolutely willing to do that. And in fact, we stopped last session earlier than I had planned. Not at like a really great stopping point or anything, because I could tell that, things were not hitting, things were not working. And I'm going to redo some things. I'm going to change a few things, and especially I'm just going to remove all of the custom mechanics. I'm going to remove all of the exploration mechanics. I'm going to just kind of give them a more static map of the things that they've explored and just kind of reveal the areas that they've explored. And just kind of run the challenge that I had set up, but the challenge will be much more straightforward since they're not needing to. Part of my exploration mechanics was that they had to build their own map, not they traversed around a map and revealed it. They had to draw their own map. That was like the centerpiece of the new mechanics that I was introducing. And all those mechanics were like ways to facilitate that process. So I'm just taking that out. And I told them afterwards. I was like, yeah, I'd planned on this. Some of the challenge is sort of predicated on that. So I'm going to change the challenge to not be so predicated on that. And we just won't do that next session. So answer is yes. I try to do it between sessions if at all reasonable. But, if I was half an hour into a session, maybe I would try to do it more in the moment. But when we were at like 3 or 4 hours in, I felt cool just like ending the session a little bit earlier than anticipated, and redoing it. Especially because it was taking so much longer than I had anticipated. Like, I had anticipated being done with the whole thing by the time we stopped, and we were about halfway through. So I felt very okay, ending it there and saying like, hey, I'm just going to kind of steamroll through the rest of this. Yeah. This isn't without its own downsides, but taking a session off to do a one-shot is a valid option for testing wildly different rules you want to evaluate. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. I am, I mean, I've talked about it before. I'm not good at doing one-shots, but it's part of what I'm trying to get better at in the past year and this year. And I fully agree. Literally, like, one of the messages that I sent to one of the players, we continue talking about it a little bit in DMs afterwards, was like, these mechanics are probably getting shelved until a one shot at some point in the future. And the reason that they weren't is I truly thought the entire time I had like a basically a miniature version of the mechanics 2 sessions ago, and then I had a more robust version of the mechanics this second session. I thought they would make things go faster. Ludicrous thought. I don't know why. Like, I look back and I try to figure out why I thought it would all go faster. And the best I can come up with is that if they had been wandering around, let's say, in like a 3D space in a video game, I think my mechanics would have made it go faster. But as they traveled around, part of it was that I was like, it was all in theater of the mind. So I was having to constantly re-describe the orientation of certain objects to them, the distances between those objects, and I was using distance ranges. I was using, ranges resemblant of like Daggerheart ranges, but even then, I was having to constantly re-describe as they continued to fill out their map and adjust things, and it was so, just so many words that had to be said constantly. And part of that was also because I filled the landscape a lot more between 2 sessions ago and last session. And so there was a lot more things that I needed to describe, which was part of what made it so tedious. I shouldn't have filled it out more, but that's a little bit more in the weeds. I won't get too into the minutia. But I fully agree. Yeah. You should know from coding not to make 2 changes at once. You're not going to know which one broke the code if it doesn't work. And that is my mistake, is I didn't view the hostile and alien environment as a change in that way, right? Because I have such a predisposition to these sorts of things, such a positive bias towards these sorts of things, that I didn't, like, in my head, think about it being even, like, possible to be a negative. Which is like a huge bias that I'm carrying into it. I was just like, oh yeah, it'll be like a fun little side thing. And, for them who are just less into that sort of thing than me, they experience a lot more of the downsides of it that I don't really experience when I run into those sorts of things. So it's that is like another miss on my part, is just like not interpreting that correctly and not foreseeing how that would affect the players. Yeah. The god of elongation struck. Yeah. Do you have a dedicated map maker guy who loves that kind of thing? Me. No, and like my no. Yes and no. Not really, but kind of. I wouldn't say that any of my players are like as into, making maps as I am. I'm always the person that does this sort of thing. But it wasn't just making a map. And I almost don't even want to get it too into the mechanics, because sort of don't even matter for my actual takeaways from the session. But suffice it to say, I was trying to expand on exploration mechanics. I was really going after, like, as my goal, to make traversing the environment and knowledge of how to traverse the environment most efficiently. I was trying to make that, like, really core to the challenge of what I was kind of putting in front of my players. And one of the ways that I was trying to facilitate that was through them crafting their own map. So their, like, accuracy in crafting the map would be directly related to their ability to traverse the map efficiently. So that was part of it. So yeah. But if it's, overall, I don't think any of my players are, like, as into exploration as I am. I warned them ahead of time 2 to 3 sessions ago. I was like, hey, I want to try out some exploration mechanics. Are you guys cool with that? And at the time, I was like, yeah, it'll be like less than a session of length. And boom, it's ballooned into 2.5. Huge bad thing on my part. Like, I very incorrectly read how long things would take. And that is something I am taking away. And I think that there's a laundry list of reasons that I misinterpreted how long it would take. That would take a lot of time to explain. And we're already at an hour. But that is a big part of it. I did a solve the murder thing that just completely flopped. Trial, error, address. Yeah, exactly. All of my experimental sessions encounters, that was the only one that flopped. Totally worth the successes. I fully agree. I've done, I would say, 2 to 3 other experimental sessions this campaign, and they've all worked wonderfully. Now, this was probably the biggest one, but still, they've worked very well. And that's part of this process, is trying to take things out or take things away from what I can learn here. If the players know it's an experiment, they are in theory more likely to give you honest feedback because they aren't insulting your precious baby. It's just an experiment. That's fair. I think there's certainly something there. Yeah. Sounds like all DMs should just have beta readers or someone to look something over just in case. Hey, if you know where to find one, friggin' sure. It's hard enough to wrangle players to play, much less someone to just look over all my stuff before I publish it. That'd be great. Yeah. Oh, there's also that. Now I have to coordinate with someone. I have to get it all ready beforehand. Oh my God. But I think those are the really huge underlying things there that I think really, really made this difficult. The other thing, and that, like, in retrospect, I think I could have kept everything else the same, and this would have made things substantially better, there was no clear and obvious singular goal. I think this is something that I slightly, or that I improved in the second session compared to the first session. So 2 sessions ago and this last session were kind of tied together. They're in the same environment. I was playing around with exploration stuff. These timers were involved. Between those 2 sessions, I added a more clear and obvious goal. And I had to do a little bit of, pretty obvious hand of the DM stuff to facilitate that, but my players were cool with it because they wanted a clear and obvious goal. Before, I had basically an escape the prison type scenario where like they are looking around and they know that they need to escape from this place, not by the way they came in, right? They need to get through it somehow, but there's no obvious way to do that. Now, I had like 4 or 5 ways, distinct and separate ways. And I had, foreshadowing ready for all of them that they could have made it through. But because there was no obvious goal and they were feeling like the stress of these time pressures, they got very, very frustrated, right? Because like I said, on the time pressure and the alien environment bits, they did not want to interact with a lot of things. But a lot of what I had was like very minor foreshadowing or indication that like, ooh, there might be something more here, or that might be related to this. Like, well, what's going on there? And they would have had to look into it at least a little bit more to like get more indications, right? And because they were not willing to do that, I think understandably so, they were just wandering around with kind of just getting frustrated. They were just walking, getting frustrated. Because they just kept waiting for the clear and obvious goal to slap them in the face, and it just wasn't. And so the second session, I gave them something better, but I still think not good enough. I made it, I brought up the Nintendo 64 the Super Mario 64 comparison earlier, where there's like a track of red coins that you have to like navigate around the level to collect, and you have to do it within a certain amount of time. And if you do, then you get the star. I basically put the same thing in. I said, okay, there are fragments of a portal scattered around the map, and you need to collect them all within a certain amount of time. And if you do, they will form a portal. It will get you through. But I was still trying to do the exploration thing. And so I gave them the locations of these fragments in terms of landmarks and in terms of directions based on landmarks. And so they would still have to use their map to navigate the environment. Now, big problem with that is that because it was supposed to be a time challenge, I made it to where if they just walked from point A to point B, they would not be able to collect them all in time. And then I built in probably 10 to 20 potential shortcuts within the environment. So one, for example, and I'll bring up maybe not 10 to 20. That was actually a bit of an exaggeration. Maybe 5 to 10. So this is what my back-end map looked like. And this is what their whiteboard looked like, right? So this is what they could see. They were moving things around within this. They were drawing this. This is all their creation. And then I had this on my end that was much more exact, and I was moving their token around the map, but they, couldn't see it. Don't worry about these auras. But so, for example, I had this orb of day and night, and I had it to where the orb would rotate on a 24-hour cycle, and it was half white, half black. This is from the realm of Arborea, I believe, or maybe Bitopia. It's or maybe Arcadia. It's one of the like lawful good planes in Great Wheel cosmology. I can't remember exactly. it's directly pulled from one of them. And everything on this map is all planar references. There's a reference to the pit. There's Mini Mineros over there, Mini Elysium, Mini Avernus, Mini Dis. This one is based on this is based on the Beastlands. Down here we have Mechanus. There's a broken Hexton here. So there's a bunch of planar references throughout this. But to focus on the Orb of Day and Night, to give an example of the how do I say it? To give an example of the shortcuts. So I had it planned out. One of the players is a wizard, and anytime they see a magical anything, they ask, what do I know about it? What can I discern about it? And they did do that. And so I told them, okay, this looks like a device that was constructed by a wizard. It looks like it is not native to this land, which I was saying about a lot of things. That was like part of the underlying sort of environment and the underlying storytelling. And that it seemed to be used for... It had some like teleportation. I didn't say teleportation. I looked up the school of magic that teleportation is under. I believe it's conjuration. And then they asked me like what sort of spells would that school cover, and I gave them a list that included teleportation. And really explicitly, I tried to really like not make it hostile. Like it was this like weird alien object, but I expected them to interact with it more, so I really didn't want to like push them away from interacting with it. And I had it prepped out that they could touch the orb twice a day, one on each side. And whatever way that side was facing, it would teleport them 15 miles in the direction that it was facing, or the furthest valid spot within 15 miles away. So, like, this is what I'm talking about when I talk about like shortcuts. Like, this was like an explicit shortcut that they could use to, plan out like a speed running route, essentially, of where to get all of these things. And you can see these are the various shards around here. These guys right here all had teleportation circles built into them. Basically, anything that is in this gray color all had linked teleportation circles. There was one friendly NPC on the map who was also a wizard and had expressed willingness to help them. And if they had asked, they really did not want to talk to the dragon. They really didn't want to talk to him. They speed ran through that conversation. But he would have offered them a spell to activate those teleportation circles. And there are 4 of these gray sort of ruins at various points in the map. They also, like, the dragon ferried them actively, like it was one of the first things that happened in the session. The dragon ferried them from here to here because he needed to get something, and he offered to take them. And if they had asked, he would have offered to take them anywhere within this range. Now, these are all just examples, but these are the sorts of examples. There's also this over here. This is all like a swamp that is difficult terrain. There are 3 ways kind of through it. There's a gate that's guarded by a hag and a black dragon wormling. There is this little channel that is cut through by the Elysium River, but is very not obvious, like from a bird's eye perspective. They would have to like follow the Elysium River and see that it's cutting through. But if they did, it would be a very easy way through. There's also a patch of solid ground that is not super obvious until you're close to it. that would allow them to get a little bit further into the swamp and then only have to trudge through like a tiny bit of it. So there are others. I don't just want to go through all of my prep. But there were a lot of shortcuts. So that was supposed to be the challenge. That was supposed to be the puzzle. Is they're mapping this out. They realize that they can't get all of the shards quickly enough, and then they have to learn the terrain, learn the shortcuts, prep out a route. And I made it to where, at least from what I thought, they would only need like 1 or 2 of the shortcuts to make it work, timing-wise. If they had any of them, it probably would have worked. The problem became that because the goal was still so like diffused, they were just laser tunnel focused. And they were just like, yep, we're going to gather all of these. And because they were, like, to their credit, sort of clever with some things, and they were able to travel a little bit faster than I had anticipated. So it got them to where they were basically like, if everything is easy, we'll be able to get it. I still don't think they would have been able to get it all in the time. So that means that they would have gotten very close and then had to redo the whole thing. Now, that might have been fine if the entire challenge had not been taking like 3 times as long as I thought it would. Like, I knew that was a possibility, that they would just try to collect everything and they would fail. Like, I knew that. But I thought that process would take like an hour, and it actually took like 3 or 4 hours. And so, like, that was like kind of built in to it. That like I knew that they might have to just like repeatedly try. But that became totally untenable with how long everything else took and with all the other stacked issues on top of it, right? So then that brings me back to my no clear and obvious goal. If I was going to redo this, like if I had to change one singular thing and keep like everything else broadly the same, what I would do is, rather than make it a sandbox that they are just traveling around in and they have to like navigate the whole thing kind of within itself, I would not do that at all. Instead, what I would do, even if I still kept it in like, the weird kind of Outlands planar thing, I kept the timers the same, I still wanted to use my exploration mechanics, what I would do instead is I would make a portal here and a portal here. This is their entry portal. I'll say entry portal. This is their exit portal. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. These are both safe areas. Then I would put a environment as complex and like as detailed and as robust in between these two things, but have this be immediately visible the entire time. And the only thing that they need to do is move towards it, right? That is their singular and obvious goal the entire time, is that we need to get to that portal. And then I would make getting to that portal impossible if they do not understand the environment, they do not map it out properly. I would just make it impossible. I would make there be, maybe some sort of ravine with a bridge, and in order to lower the bridge, they have to activate maybe 2 separate orbs on either side within a certain time frame, right? So now even just with this basic setup of they have to activate orb 1 and then orb 2, and there's a bunch of shit in between, and maybe there's some shortcuts right in between, and they have to they have to activate these orbs within, we'll say, 2 hours, in order to lower the drawbridge so that they can get across, right? If that is the goal the whole time, I think everything goes smoother. Everything. Is it still good? Maybe not. But it is I think it would be a lot better. That is one of my big takeaways, is that if I'm going to have exploring the environment be this this very complex task and this very complex puzzle, I need to have a very singular goal, or they need to know the environment really well ahead of time. They need to know the rules that dictate the environment really well ahead of time. I think as opposed to this, there could also be some MacGuffin hidden within the environment that, again, they need to do some sort of task or some sort of puzzle in order to acquire that MacGuffin. They get the MacGuffin, couple ammo, they're there. But rather than having it be, the 7 shards around, there is a MacGuffin, they know where it is, getting to it is the challenge. I think that is at least what I'm going to do the next time I test these mechanics. And I guess I will let you know how it goes then. Yeah. So that was a big takeaway of the no clear and obvious singular goal. I think was a really weak part of the setup. Furthest valid point is a juicy bit of rules text. Oh yeah, of course. This is where I make an impassioned argument for fudging. Just tell me we did it, lol. I mean, that's essentially what I'm doing. I mean, I'm just going to, I ended the session and I'm just going to give them an accurate map next session. And then, just have them navigate by that. So I'm basically telling them yeah, you just drew an accurate map. Yeah, I can't do that, mid-session, which is one of the really big challenges with the mechanics that I set up, with the thing that I was trying to do, is it's very difficult to fudge. When the mapping and the orientation of things relative to each other has been not only pre-established, but is also very important. Most of the ways that fudging ends up looking is the removal of content, right? And so if I've already established that there are 7 pieces of this portal, and I've already established exactly where they are, and they have relative directions to those places, it's hard to fudge. It's the only thing I can do is remove stuff that hasn't been pre-established between there and then. Or, remove hazards or wandering monsters or anything like that, which I did. But it just made it to where then the distance in between those places was much more tedious, I guess is to say. Just not a lot happened between there and then, because I was trying to just make everything happen quicker. So I don't disagree with you, but sometimes it's difficult when you have a lot of stuff pre-established. Conceptually, I conceptually understand the anti-fudging sentiment, but sometimes the least bad option. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Exit portal, aka have a giant tree, giant tower, giant mountain peak, etc. Yeah. Some sort of exit, the whatever. Yeah. And have part of it glowing, maybe. Sure. Yeah. I can only remove stuff. Nah. A little bird flies up to them and says, "Follow me for treats" or something. Oh, I mean, that is essentially what happened. The dragon that I mentioned, who is also a wizard, is sort of based on like a good version of Raishan. Yeah, essentially, like at the beginning of the session, just flew directly up to them. That was not my plan for Teleon at all. I was going to have it be a much more standoffish relationship where they would have to like offer him something to talk to them, and maybe once they got into it, he would reveal more. And then, yeah, beginning of last session, after seeing how 2 sessions ago went, he flew straight up to them, wanted to talk, wanted to chat, wanted to gab. I changed his color to, I think, brass. I think he was originally bronze. I changed it to the talkative dragon to try and give me some sort of excuse to do that. But yeah, and then he just like dumped the whole like 7 shards thing. There was another planned way that I had for them to talk to figure that out. Like the shards were already like they pre-existed within my prep, but they were something that they were just going to have to like find within the environment. And I realized, holy shit, they are not gonna do that. And so I made Teleon much more active between the sessions. And then even throughout the session, watching, I like offered a lot more than I even really felt super comfortable with from Teleon in terms of like information to help get them through it. And you know, sometimes there's only so much you can do without ending the session. Like, I think the changes that I made mid-session helped. But sometimes things are pretty just fundamentally, you know, and you just kind of got to end and regroup. If they don't like one information giver, substitute in another, or drop in a partial map somehow. Yeah. Well, and dropping in a partial map is something that I did consider, but I was legitimately worried would take too much additional time because I would have to then like draw it all out. And because I don't have that, you know, prepped, I didn't have a partial map for them prepped in a way that I could share with them. And so I did consider it during like a small break. I started like rapidly drawing one up. And I was like, I can't do this quickly enough to make it like a useful thing. Because them navigating the environment honestly wasn't, how do I say it? Even a partial map would have only solved things to a certain extent. The real core fundamental issue with a lot of it, at least, was that they were just very unwilling to interact with things in the environment. And that was for a litany of reasons. But because they were unwilling to interact, it made any navigation of the environment like fundamentally really difficult. And then when I was trying to do more complex stuff on top of it, it made it even more difficult. Now, I think there's also an aspect here of like, I could have ripped out the exploration mechanics mid-session. Like, I could have just ripped all of them out. I didn't want to do that. I was like, you know, I was trying to make them work. And I wanted to like see them like kind of full out. But, you know, that is the conclusion that I'm ultimately coming to right now, is we played 3 hours of it. It didn't work. And so I'm going to rip them out between sessions. You know, I definitely think there's a argument for ripping them out mid-session. I think it probably would have led to like an overall more enjoyable session. But in the moment, I was uncertain if things would get better as they got more used to it. In retrospect, definitely not. I mean, maybe a tiny bit, but not really. But, you know, during the actual session, I was uncertain of that. I wasn't sure of like, maybe they just need more. Like they just need, like the early stages of this are going to be difficult, but once they have more and they have a more complete sense of the space, they will, like the navigation will be easier and it'll be quicker. That was what I thought towards the beginning. Again, in retrospect, I don't think it's the case, so I am ripping them out. But that is definitely where my kind of mindset was at during. But going back very slightly, the time frame kills me. Just get rid of time frames entirely. How do I say it? I 100% understand why a D&D player or DM would think that way. Because as I've talked about ad nauseum, D&D does not handle time well. However, ripping out time frames entirely makes a lot of traversal challenges very difficult to implement. I think there's kind of to implement a similar type of challenge, which is like crossing a space really efficiently, right? That we can consider that kind of a category of challenge. Is I have to cross a space really efficiently. And I think there are kind of two ways to implement that. One is it's okay to die. It's okay to die, and if they don't cross the space efficiently, they are punished with death. I would say that is something like a Mirror's Edge, or like a lot of parkour games, or like a lot of racing games, right? It is just like you fail and you have to reset, right? I think the alternative is time frames. Is like you have to do it within a certain amount of time, or else the challenge resets. You don't have to die for the challenge to reset, right? And a good example of that, I would say, I'm going to try not to be too specific with this, but everyone should play this game or go and watch my series playing through it. But Outer Wilds, I think, is a great example of a the exploration challenges in Outer Wilds really reward you for knowing the space and being able to navigate it very efficiently. And the main driver to that, again, without getting too specific, is time, right? That's the main pusher. That's the reason you need to be able to navigate it efficiently. That's why you need to be able to gather, or why you need to gather information about the space. So it's tough. I think that if you can't, do a death reset of like they just fall into the like a lake of lava, fall in and then get reset back. It's tough to do that sort of like efficiency traversal without time frames, unless you guys have a better, or not better, but like an alternative option in that vein. Because I would be curious. Like in my head, efficiently traversing the space, the only way to make those challenging is to make non-efficient traversal lethal, or to have time frames. If there's another option there, I'm down, because I want the full breadth of exploration challenges within my stuff. So yeah. Let's see. In D&D, gold dragons are good NPC. Wait. I need to make the chat bigger. For what it's worth, I will often not pick up or take or find random items in D&D. Completely opposite of a video game where I pick up everything. Yeah, no, and I didn't expect them to interact with everything. But the real, I think, result of a lot of what I was seeing was like a reticence to interact with anything that they were not like 95% sure was safe and going to move them forward. And that was, I think, really on the timers and the alien and hostile environment. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. As for whipping out time frames, I would amend and say only do time frames when they understand the time challenge from the start, and if the time frame is the top priority. That's fair enough. I think and to I guess maybe contextualize my time challenge. I told them right from the start that it would be they need to gather them within 24 hours. That was stated right at the top. Now, they weren't necessarily, I guess I wasn't explicit that might be difficult to do. But, I in my head, I laid out like, hey, you have to do this thing and you have to do it within a time frame. To me, that's pretty clear signaling that it might be difficult to do within that time frame. And I tried to make it a very static, or a very, how do I say it? I didn't want to make it like an hour and a half. Like, I wanted to make it like a very hard marker of like this 24-hour mark. So yeah. I legit did a thought experiment on Outer Wilds and TTRPG. Unfortunately, came to the conclusion that it just doesn't work. It's like, I think it would need something like what I am trying to do, of like trying to like really build out these exploration features, and part of that is time management features and mechanics. And in raw D&D, I don't think it works without a fuckload of effort and overhead on the part of the DM. And a lot of custom stuff, even then. Yeah. If I had to get different shards within 2 hours and didn't know about the 2 hour timeline from the start, I would resent wasting my first or second run before I figured out the time aspect. That's fair. I think that's fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. So like, I knew that like them having to repeat their actions might be a thing that happened, and I knew that I was risking like that level of tedium, but I was also very much in the mindset of the only reason they will need to repeat is if they fail. Right? It will not be because they weren't aware and so they were just taking their time. They were certainly not taking their time. They were rushing it as fast as they could, because they were aware that there was potentially that there was a reset. So if they had to repeat, it would only be because they had to they just failed the challenge. And again, one of the big things I'm taking away from this and I'm going to be thinking about is how to make not any sort of repetition less tedious, but how to make detailed travel less tedious. Of like updating them on their position relative to objects as they see them. Because you are not able to like grok exact distances. Like everything is ambiguous. That's why I was using Daggerheart ranges. And like as you get closer and further away from things, your measurements or your perception of how far away those things are is going to get more ambiguous. And your heading of like what direction you think things are in, whether they are like true north, true south, true east, they're 86 degrees on the circle. All of that is going to have margins of error. And that is like part of what I think is the interesting thing about it, is like them working within that margin of error. But the thing that I really realized, and like my takeaway about the mechanics that I was trying, is if I don't have an automatic, like a programmatic way to communicate that margin of error, it's kind of impossibly tedious. Or I need very few landmarks. So I need much, 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 much fewer landmarks with which they are using to orienteer themselves. That was another possibility. And I think that's probably the one that I'll try out next in like a one-shot, is have like a woods exploration or something with like one big tree or one bear cave, and like have those be like the landmarks, and maybe have like 4 of them to orient off of, or like, you know, a river, that sort of thing. But even then, I'm worried. I'll also be looking at other options, you know, and other ideas, because the tedium is tough. The just walking was tough. Yeah. It ain't easy. Sometimes sessions just bomb. I really mucked up one recently. Gonna take that to the Discord and see what people say. That is like also the conclusion. I compare it to the Kraken. I don't think it was as bad as the Kraken episode, but like I've been comparing it to the Kraken, not for no reason. Like sometimes session just bombs, and there's, you know, some things that you can do in the moment. You can end it early, but you just gotta go next. And you got to take the time to do what we are doing right now, which is looking at what happened, looking at ways, like, could I have fudged differently? Why didn't I in the moment? Like, okay, maybe I actually could have fudged more here. Maybe I could have taken this part out. Thinking about, you know, okay, when did I actually realize that, like, things were going badly? When should I have stopped the session? Was it reasonable to stop it when I did? Could I have taken, you know, a short bathroom break earlier to give myself a second to like mock up that partial map that someone mentioned earlier? Maybe. Like, those are all the sorts of things. But the I think also beyond like the detailed look at it, it's also very worthwhile trying to like identify the really big things, the really big factors that led to the poor session. And you know, it's not a hard and fast rule for me, but I try to keep it to 3. I try to keep it to like, okay, what are like the 3 biggest things? Because if I start to do any more, I personally just start to like kind of check out if there's more than 3. Of like, if I get like 7 reasons that a session didn't go the way I thought it would, or that it did go away I thought it would, like, you know, even if I'm doing positive VOD review and I'm looking like, oh, okay, why did this work so freaking well? If I fill up a list of like 7 to 10, they kind of stop meaning anything to me. So I try to really break it down to 3 major things. And I know that I kind of have 4, but these are basically the same thing. So yeah, so that is my takeaway. That's my takeaway, is that I wanted to roll through my process of sort of doing the VOD review, because I think that is what Matt did for the Hells, for some other sessions, that resulted in such a great session last time. I think 101 was awesome. One of my favorite sessions in a long time. And I think so much of it is down to Matt doing some really great VOD review. That's at least my perception of it. But with all of that being said, I think it's time to probably get into it. I think. Yeah. Because if I'm not going to talk anymore about my exploration mechanics, maybe I'll do a separate stream on them once I try them again. But I think there's certainly more to say there. But real quick, for your consideration of the future, time skip through the first run so you can tell them what they learned, given an outline of the encounter. I think. I definitely see what you're saying. It's tough. I'll give a specific example of like, I think that would work for some cases. Like I think that would even work for like a lot of the shards, like the shard here, there. But like this one back here in Mini Mineros, that one like is kind of portrayed as impossible to get unless they kind of trudge through this. I guess they could just trudge through the swamp. But there's risks to trudging through the swamp. Yeah, it could work. Like we could do kind of a time skip of like you wander around the like not like obviously not dangerous parts of the map and like this is what you find. I think that's fair. It would be tough for me. I guess I would still have to like not yeah, that comes back to not giving them a lot of landmarks. Because with the amount of landmarks I had, that would be a long piece of exposition of like all the things that they learned if they wandered around just like the non-hostile areas. But it's definitely a consideration. There's something to an idea of like abstracting the details of the exploration and how that could translate into information on the map. There's something to that. Yeah. I'll think about it. Yeah. Anyways, back to CR. No, I'm yeah. Maybe I should do a stream about my exploration mechanics at some point. I don't know. There's still 2 in beta for me to like really want to like dive into them because there's still like a lot of things that I'm not even like super sure about, and so I don't like really want to portray them for at-home use. But I don't know. Maybe I'll do a workshop stream at some point. But anyways, CR. We are 246, 236. Info on characters and hair news. In other news, hair news.
Nice and quick. I like it. That means we get to dive back into the story here, guys.
Oh my goodness. Should we mention that we had to reprint some character sheets? Or are we not mentioning that? Or is that... I've now set it on the...
a few characters leveled. We have a few folks at 18 now, so that's fun.
Whoa!
18.
I can't get over it. Old enough to get in trouble for drinking.
Oh, yes.
You want to make a special announcement?
So special announcement about my hair. No.
The hair news.
There's a time jump in blind spot, so...
Spoiler! I got the hurt.
I have hair.
Spoiler!
Oh, shit.
Did they just assume your character doesn't like
well,
go to the
live on the
salon
internet.
and
Oops.
cut your hair? Like,
No. We have to give the audience on-screen
Very
evidence.
cool.
Those vitamins work
Did your
real
character
fast,
on the
man.
time jump go to the Feywild or go sailing on the sea?
I'm pretty sure she makes her own like bakery cake store.
Right.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great. Anyway, it's called the Slayer's Bake.
Silly. Silly, silly, silly. And he was wearing glasses to show that time had passed.
Back. So, last we left off.
Wait,
The
I'm
race!
gonna put that on my saving throws too.
Are you seriously? Did we?
Yes.
Okay.
We need to share it with the.
Also, speaking of a lot of the things that I did wrong in mine, right? And the things that Matt did right in his exploration that I should have learned from Matt on. Matt, they're in a weird and alien and hostile environment, but the things that work differently are almost exclusively, it seems, the creatures. So there are different creatures, and they do things. And not only do they do that, but Matt displays them doing those things before the players have maybe the chance to get in too much trouble. Right, he shows the demon like eating the thing and then jumping off across the rooftops. It's like, okay, so they jump across rooftops, and then he adds the things flying around the spire, and beyond just the weird and alien environment being less weird and less alien, and therefore more kind of digestible and parsable. Very clear goal. It's the spire, and it's like kind of obvious that the spire is the goal, but not only does he make the spire like not only does he rely on like the spire just being the goal, he then reiterates when they ask like, oh, where is Delilah? He's like, hey, she's probably at the top of the spire. So there's a very clear centering of the primary goal of their exploration. It is, how do we get to the spire, and how do we get to the top of the spire, especially, right? So the exploration is dead simple. Or not, sorry, it's not dead simple. It's dead clear. So now it is, how do we get there? How do we get through the skeletons? Can we go through the air? Are we going to have to deal with those guardians somehow? Can we just combat them, or are we going to need to draw them away somehow? Does this sensor help at all? The sensor's a great little piece of kind of soft magic of the only humans, the first humans they see here are using this sensor, and they are able to walk through the skeletons without any apparent concern. Now, it would be reasonable. Like, I'm not saying that that'll be a guaranteed thing that your players will latch onto, because I think it's also a very reasonable interpretation that, hey, that sensor's just like set dressing. That's just costuming for these characters, and the monsters just don't attack them because they are one of the cultists. Like, the monsters just know them. I think that's a very valid interpretation. And, I mean, if we're being honest, that might be what it was on the back end beforehand. But then out loud, before they got to interrogate the actual cultist, they said out loud, I wonder if the sensor is like what lets them move through this. If I hear that as a DM, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. Certainly. Depending on what else I've got going on, but that sounds awesome. That sounds sick. So another great, I think, choice from Matt there. And the real thing that I am taking away, that I did a lot less of in mine, I did it in some places, but again, weird and alien environment, all the stuff that we talked about separately, is Matt showed them a lot of stuff and a lot of individuals interacting within the environment. Now, whether those individuals are monsters or humanoids like the cultists, right? He gave them some examples of active agents interacting within the environment. Now, sometimes I'm nervous about instituting that sort of thing because then it starts bringing a stealth challenge into it. It starts bringing like interactions between the two parties into it, which is a fairly large variable that you have to account for. I think Matt did it swimmingly. But when I'm, prepping like a real core exploration challenge, it's not as intuitive to me to work in those entities and those actors and to allow the players to have these kind of panorama shots of them interacting with the environment in a way that doesn't feel contrived. And I think that Matt did a great job. I think that none of the interactions so far have seemed contrived. It hasn't seemed like they're like only happening because the PCs are there to view it. They feel very natural, like they're just happening within the world. And the PCs just happened to be able to view it. So I think that's also a huge positive that I would give to Matt in this case. And we're also about to go into ads because I do have to pee. But I think that the goal is very clear. The environment is much more digestible. And they only have one soft timer. Like, to compare it back to mine, it would be sort of like if they not only had the soft timer of what is Delilah doing, but also like the siphon was going to close in a week. And so they have to get it done within a week. I think their mindset would be kind of different if that was the case. Now, maybe they're nervous about some other things, but having the one soft timer of Delilah, I think is a great choice. And so I am super psyched to see how they interact with all of this. Because I think Matt's done a really... What's up? Hello. All right. Quick break, quick pee. And let's get back into it. I'm psyched to see where this goes.
We only have a week in
attack
between our
bonus
shows.
went down.
Because I was doing it wrong this whole time. Yep.
Boy. Anyway.
Job's done.
Job. Yes, me old. All right, so last we left off, Vox Machina had discovered the existence of a second ziggurat-like structure on the continent of Marquette.
Second ziggurat.
And apparently, a cult of the Whispered One there gathering magical artifacts to toss into a second darkened black orb similar to the one beneath Whitestone all this time. You ran into Scanlan once more, and leading you guys to where this cavern was found in the mountains of Smolder Crown on the continent of Marquette, you did battle with the cultists there and seemed to reveal one of the leaders in that group, was none other than the not dead Delilah Briarwood. She fended you off, completed their ritual, and some of their surviving cultists fled into the orb, apparently, to the other side. You then gathered yourselves, gathered some supplies, your information, and then proceeded to travel through the orb in Whitestone into the Shadowfell, the Shadow Plane dark mirror to the Prime Material, where you stumbled upon a partially ruined city that had undergone some sort of ancient siege, and much of it still lies in ruins and disrepair, where you discovered what seemed to be 2 other siphon orbs existing around the outskirts of this forgotten city, leaving threads of magical energy being...
Speaking of very few landmarks, but pretty solid landmarks to help orienteer. Only, I guess, kind of partial issue is that the siphons are all, gonna look the same. So it seems like, we kind of have a mirrored landscape. So there's no, asymmetry to orient off of. But I don't think that'll be a huge deal, honestly. I don't think that Matt's going for, a super hardcore exploration challenge here. And so I think it's still very solid.
Siphoned and transferred to a singular black obsidian tower, for whatever purpose the Whispered One, the Undying King, has for this energy. You begin to make your way deeper into the city, masquerading as some undead in the process. You killed a few cultists wandering the street and intimidated one, or I should say, didn't intimidate. You killed him and then asked his corpse. I guess it's a form of intimidation. Probably one of the most extreme forms of intimidation, really. Discovering that this city is under the title Tharampala, which Tharampala, you don't know too much about it other than it seems to be where an ancient battle took place. Much of the undead that wanders this realm carries armaments, weapons, and symbols that seem to be of Pelor, the Dawnfather. You also discovered that there's this tower in the center titled Entropis, where all the magic is being funneled at the moment. Thus, having found this information, gathered your resolve, you continue your trek deeper and deeper into the city surrounding the Tower Entropis to discover what your purpose is here in Tharamphala. So, Vox Machina, what do you do?
What do you do?
Figuring it all out. Taking a 5. So we found out that there's a ritual happening soon.
Yeah, super stat.
And there's no day or night here, so who cares, right?
Right? It's all just night, all the time.
It's just kind of a sunless gray sky. There's some low light, like a very heavy, like a very dark, thunderous Seattle.
Hello, Seattle.
Thank you.
I think it is.
It is now.
Okay.
So,
We have to make our way to the big tower, right? Super fast.
Well,
And invisibly.
as still
Oh, we're
as
also
possible.
vampire creatures.
Oh, we look like the Gloomstalkers.
Yeah.
No, those are the flying ones.
We look like
Gloomstalkers, the flying
miscellaneous
creatures.
vampire-y things, right?
Yeah.
We just sort of, shambling zombies.
Scary
yeah.
ghouly creatures.
Yeah.
yes.
Extras from a bad
Walking
zombie
Dead.
video. Yes,
Is Trey still kicking?
Oh, what?
That's right.
That's not Trey.
Maybe a trauma film.
I would say probably because you have not cast a spell yet. That would have been rather the
I cast it when we landed here, but
correct. But I don't think you've done anything that altered that concentration yet.
I don't think so. So it's still going?
I think so.
Okay.
For maybe another 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, I didn't Hunter's Mark either of the guys that
Nope.
we attacked.
And we got the smoking thing, right? What's it called? The sensor? The
Yeah, that thing.
What is it?
The smoky thing.
What's it called?
The sensor.
Is it called a sensor?
Yes.
First try.
And it was, we learned that it does something too.
It
What was
protects
the
you from
ability
ghouly dead.
Yeah.
Ghouly dead specifically.
Yeah.
Keep the weird.
Well,
I think it's got a range.
If we stay in this tight. Yeah.
Stay tight.
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 So why don't we just walk through the center of town in the middle of the road with the sensor and just walk into the tower? No? Maybe?
No, I see nothing wrong with this plan.
Fly up to the top of the tower?
Yeah, stay on the ground.
Teleport somewhere?
Do you have that ability?
Well, she does, doesn't she? Can
There's
we
no
be,
trees on the top of the tower.
we can be smoky mist.
That's.
It takes a minute to not be missed anymore, and by then they'll realize we're there on the top of the tower.
Should we take off the robes that they had and pop it on some of us?
Yeah, I think let's.
I mean, we're undead. We look like we're undead.
Oh, right, okay.
I think they probably know we're here. I think they probably know we're coming. I think let's just trepidatiously make our way a little closer, see what else is in this town, see if maybe there's anything useful.
Yeah, and stay low key. We don't need to
Blend
go marching.
in.
Let's not blow anything up yet.
But we're making our way to the tower.
Making our way towards the tower.
With the
in a
sensor.
tower.
And this is the sort of exploratory sense that you want to make sure you're maintaining within your players. And you want to make sure that they feel as though this is okay. Because you hear can we fly up there? Can we do this? You want to make sure that they feel comfortable getting more information, right? They feel pressured to move forward, but not so pressured that they ignore possible options or information gathering.
Direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we at full health?
No,
No.
I'm not.
I'm not either.
Oh, well, I can help.
I mean, should we take like a 30-minute rest and roll some hit points?
Sure.
Did we fight? Oh no, that's right. We
Going
went down, going through.
Yeah, going through the actual portal, the spinning ball of death, costing damage.
Yeah. I don't know if there's actually time for that though to take like 11 points.
I'm all right with my. I'm 20 points down. I don't mind being 20 points down.
Let's be all full though. We can
We're
be all
going to
full.
fucking potentially fight Delilah Briarwood.
Yeah, let's be full.
Okay, let's be full.
I'm assuming it's going to take us some time just to even get there though, right?
Yeah.
Is it considered like healing as we walk there though? I don't
No,
know.
You have to take a
Actually,
rest.
let's get a little closer then and survey the situation, then take a break. I feel like we're a bit far to be.
All right, I just don't know if there's time, if she's already started a ritual.
If we run into something on the way.
This is it's chef's kiss. This is, I think I said it really early on in Critical Eyes, but it's like the sort of I am generally of the opinion that the sorts of conflict that you want, especially within a large group like this, when it comes to social or exploration or even like long-term plot decisions, is you want to try to split the room. You want to try to thread that needle of there is enough time pressure to where some of them think that it is worth resting before they go and face whatever they're going to face, and some of them think that there's not enough time. Or even you want that active conflict within a person themselves. You want to get as close to 50-50 as possible. I think those are some of the most interesting choices. Especially, and I guess to slightly caveat, especially when those choices are not random, right? It's not like, do I go left or right? I have no reason to pick one over the other, so I'm just going to flip a coin, right? You don't want it to be a flip a coin. You want them to feel like there is legitimate reasons to go one way, legitimate reasons to go to another, and have that be like as close to a 50-50 tug of war as possible. And I think that, I mean, we're seeing it right here with Matt, of them debating the long rest, of like, they all seem really uncertain. And I think that's good.
There, though, I don't want to be at peak performance yet.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Let's move.
Oh God.
Sure.
It's going to be.
Do we still
Just
have
blending
space
in. Yes,
on
we
it?
do.
You do. The next
Try
like
and
30
rest.
minutes or so, yeah.
Okay.
So let's take advantage.
Yeah, let's at least move for 30 more minutes.
Yeah.
Who wants this? Who's got the sensor in the front? Because we got to stay
Someone in the
together.
robe.
Oh, who's in a robe? We're all undead.
Are they in robes?
We can do robes. I'm all right with robes.
There's only 3 of them.
I'll take a robe.
You take a robe. You lead with the sensor.
I'll take a robe with a sensor.
Okay, Percy and Vex?
Yeah.
Okay, you both throw robes on over your seeming altered undead bodies. Percy, you're carrying the sensor?
Yes, I'm carrying the sensor.
And you're all slowly clustered behind them?
Yes.
Okay. It is
Thank you.
all right, so you guys continue moving what's very plainly towards the center of the city as the tower stands as this giant beacon of shadow in the center of the horizon. The streets are scattered and broken. You can see there was what may have seemed almost like a hint of cobblestone at one point. Really just looks like largely broken and shattered badlands and dried stone that seems to have been pummeled by impacts of some kind and crack it into small pieces. This is a city by function and function alone. There was very little considered in the beauty of its construction, at least this far out. As you continue to press towards the center of the city,
I want to keep an eye out and just to see if anybody's noticing. If it seems like people are paying attention to us in a way that they shouldn't be.
okay, well, as you're keeping an eye out, I would like all of you guys to make a deception roll with advantage.
With advantage?
I'd go performance, but deceptions, that's valid.
Come on, Gil.
I'd only go performance because it's so rarely applicable otherwise.
21.
17.
18.
17.
Like,
22.
8.
Too big.
as you guys
Sorry.
As you guys make your way further down one of the, not major thoroughfares, but one of the general streets that kind of snakes around towards the central area of the city, some of you gently kind of moaning and gurgling as you walk. Behind you have Grog Frankensteining his way down the street. The sound of your rendition, that song. No, you, as you're walking, a shadow seems to cross, a large kind of hulking shadow crosses past one of the roads and turns and begins walking in your direction. And you see ahead what looks to be about a 10-foot tall, thick, burly figure of brownish red flesh, torn and chains and hooks hanging from it. It looks to be almost like some sort of a amalgam of large hobgoblin body parts that have been sewn and stitched together with spikes and iron plates, kind of jutting through, keeping it together at the seams. Where there would be a face, you see instead a giant metal mask that looks like a cage of some kind. And behind it, these two glowing beads of yellow eyes poking through. And you watch as it just kind of walks in a straight line.
Coming right for us?
Walking in your direction, its arms are kind of curled in front of it like a gorilla. Its fingers kind of dragging in the dust below it.
Does it look like it's just happening in our direction, or is it coming toward us?
It's hard to tell. It's about 60 feet up.
Is there a road we can turn directions?
Is there a nonchalant way of maintaining direction but getting out of its way?
There'd be enough space to kind of give about a 10-foot berth to it if you put your back against the side of one of the nearest buildings and let it pass.
Like parting for the queen at the Ren Fair?
A little bit, yeah.
All right.
Maybe move to the side.
Or tell some Chaffee and any
Move to the side and put
party.
my head down.
What's our ploy if this thing tries to kill us?
Kill it.
Okay.
Same old, same old.
You guys all make your way to the side. And you watch, it's autonomous. It's not being, brought along with anybody. It's just running a path down the road. You all move off to the side, and as you maneuver to the side of it, it kind of gets close to the sensor you're carrying. It kind of puts its fingers out of the way, actually crushing some of the stonework on one of the nearby buildings to kind of pull itself aside, trying to avoid the kind of billowing of the smoke from the sensor. And it gives like a dull, deep resonant in your direction as it passes. And then eventually passes by the cluster of you that have all moved to the side after its head kind of shifts and scans back in the path that it's walking, and it moves past you, following the direction you just came from.
Way to be fancy.
So cool.
Wow. This thing works.
Wow, fancy. That smells terrible.
As you continue further into the city, you still hear the distant kind of low shrieks of the Gloomstalkers kind of overhead, just kind of swooping past in clusters, circling around. Occasionally you watch one or two swoop down and land on a distant rooftop, and you hear the crunching of heavy stone and whatever materials were still remaining on the roof of that structure as it lands and surveys a bit, and then takes off and joins the rest of its kin.
Do any of the buildings look remarkable or interesting? I'm trying to keep an eye out for any building that may have anything inside it of vague importance. Either the building itself is just slightly more interesting, or it looks like maybe someone has boarded something up to try and maintain some kind of vigil against the darkness. I'm not entirely sure. Out of the ordinary.
Make an investigation check.
I knew you were going to say that.
I think fair spot for investigation. It's definitely, it's interesting because I was just complimenting Matt's use of entities and actors, kind of within the scene, and that ability to watch them interact with the environment as a way to learn about the environment and the general ecosystem that they're existing within. And there is a double-edged, or maybe not double-edged sword, but there is a consideration there to make as the DM of, if all of these entities and actors are all broadly hostile, then we are going to need to either watch them interact with the environment in important ways, which I think we did with the cultists, like doing their little thing around the siphon and then coming back. But if you're not going to have any landmarks, because so far the only landmarks we have are the big tower and the siphons, right? If you're not going to have any landmarks, there's not a ton of reason for your players to do anything except for walk towards the tower. Now, that might be desirable. That might be like the goal, and like what you're wanting out of that. But I think, and we'll see what the result of this roll is. I wanted to get this out before I see. But I think that Matt could show more cultists pretty easily. And he could also show some more information about the patterns of the undead in order to highlight a particular building that is otherwise unremarkable. Like if Matt wants the only 4 landmarks of note to be the spire and the siphons, then you can highlight locations via how entities interact with those locations. An example, because I was running something pretty similar to Matt, is the dragon in my home game last session has a home base that he has a lair that he is guarding and he's keeping secret, and he needed to get something out of the lair from the players, or for the players, and so he dropped them off nearby, and then he went to the lair, secretly, and then he came back. And then later on, one of the players, like as they were moving away from there, and they weren't with the dragon anymore, one of the players is like, hey, I want to kind of keep an eye on that direction, just like see if anything's going on there as we walk. And so I narrated that she saw Telion, the dragon, over the next 2 hours, or sorry, it was like 4 hours, get up and land from the exact same spot 3 times. And it was a spot that was maybe 100 feet away from where he dropped them off behind a dune so that it would have occluded their vision of it. And so I was pretty directly trying to hint at, okay, Telion's lair is here. If you want to go and check that out, things are going to be there, whatever. So I was using the movement of the entity and it interacting with the environment to communicate a point of interest to the characters that they wouldn't find otherwise. Like they wouldn't just find from just being able to see it. So we'll see what Matt does. I'll be curious if he does just introduce a static landmark that just does look different, or if he tries to use the entities within the scene. Because I think in the Hells, he was definitely trying to use the entities in the scene to like highlight directions and lanes of travel. But that was in a scenario where, at least my theory, is that the Lemures were supposed to be leading them towards the Tower of Despater in the distance that they couldn't have gotten to otherwise without following those patterns. There's no equivalent to that here. There's just the spire. It's static. They can see where it is. So what are the patterns of the undead indicating? Is it a part of the ritual? Is it a different landmark that might help them get into the tower or learn more? It's kind of a hanging question. And I'll be curious if he goes in that direction of highlighting those entities and their movement, or if there is just a static landmark. We'll have to see. I think he has options. Yeah.
I'm not good at this.
Oh.
Nope.
And sorry, and not only do I think he has options, I tend towards checks like investigation over something like perception. I would lean towards like investigation, maybe even insight, when it comes to gleaning information about a potential point of interest from how entities interact with that point of interest. From watching things with knowledge that you don't have, execute that knowledge. To me, that feels very appropriate for investigation or insight, to watch their actions and glean the underlying knowledge from those actions. If we were just looking for something that looked different, maybe I would go more in the perception route of things. Maybe investigation if like you're using like very minute details to tell a place of importance. Like, oh, you notice that there's a crest of a house above this building and none of the other buildings have these crests. And so that might be like a house of nobility. I think that's like a decent avenue for investigation. But this is a classic use either of these two skills. I will also sometimes say to my players, you can use, this skill or this skill. You'll get different information depending on which skill you use. So there is also that kind of route that you could consider if you have both of those things prepped, or if you think you can improv it on the spot of like two different sets of information from kind of the same core action.
No, that's a 4. That's a natural 1.
A lot of these buildings are hard to tell apart when they're all just in this state of disrepair and destruction. Some of them do. Some of them have
Windows?
Windows, kind of.
Okay. Holes where windows might be.
Possibly. Some you can't tell if it's a hole or a window or a door. As you press
Vortex take over again.
So like this is just Osgiliath, right? It's just wrecked ruin, no complete buildings, or any of them?
You see some further in. The exterior appears to have been the most heavily sacked.
Okay.
And there's been little intent to reconstruct from this point. Like I said, you're still probably a good mile and a half out from the center of the city. And as you walk further in, you can see more clusters of skeletons traveling in groups of 12 to 15, somewhat erratically. You've seen some creatures that seem to walk with an intent pattern, like they have some sort of a sentinel path they follow to keep watch on the perimeter or the roads of the city. The skeletons, one of the undead that you see kind of clattering about across the dusty, cracked grounds between the buildings, are erratic, uncontrolled. Mostly it seems to be less intentionally created undead and more just arisen by the nature of the plane you walk and haven't bothered anyone yet, or at least those who live here. As you begin walking forward, you watch as a cluster of them kind of spills into this T intersection a little ways up. A few of them kind of falling and tumbling and getting back up. As they cluster together, some of them banging into each other, you hear the clattering of metal from the bits of armor that still cling to their long rotted forms. Broken bones, some of them are missing arms or sections of the skull is exposed and cracked open on the side where you can see what looks to be some sort of long dried and rotted away gray matter was kind of left to slowly collapse like a flan in a cupboard. As you begin to approach that area, they kind of separate a bit and kind of scatter to fill, almost like diffusing in the center of this intersection. And then they contract, almost like there's a strange hive mind magic that seems to draw them back together. They're just moving in these autonomous clusters of chaos. And you see on them still, similar to the ones you noticed earlier, some of the armor that they're wearing appears to be reminiscent to the armor that the Blackguard that you battled the Ziggurat earlier had, or a similar kind of dark metal, and other have long destroyed, ruined, scraped, and scarred bits of silver and gold armor that are emblazoned with a long ruined and defaced symbols of the Dawnfather, Pelor.
Does it seem like both of those factions are still, I mean, are they clustered in the same groups?
They are.
Okay.
And you get the sense that whatever battle took place here long ago was probably between these two factions, and those that were lost in that fray have just been risen over time and just wander aimlessly through the streets.
Free range undead.
Yeah. Okay.
And we've seen long dead people. This is fucking creepy in the upside down.
What's going on?
I called the airport to try and coordinate this time.
It sounds great.
It cost me $17,000 for that 5-second bit, so enjoy it, guys.
Worth it.
Totally worth it.
These bodies, like compared to, say, the ex-champion of the Raven Queen, like, do these bodies seem even older, more decayed? Do we have any sense for how old these fuckers are?
You would have to get up close, and that would be a medicine check.
Medicine?
Would you want to try and make your way close enough to one of these bodies to inspect it enough? If you guys continue moving forward, you'll be at that intersection in about 30 seconds.
I'm not going to go. I'll wait.
I could go up close with somebody and do a medicine check.
But keep up near the thing. Everybody get close to the sensor.
Yeah,
And
I'll guide us towards something.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no one poking out
Hopefully
ahead
they'll
for
be
this.
affected by the sensor.
Let's just start fighting.
Well, hold on.
So who's moving forward?
Oh, just the whole group. Yeah.
All right.
So we can all be with the wispy smoke.
Okay. So you guys make your way towards the...
And this is the sort of question and investigation that I was referencing in my kind of recap as my players being unwilling to do. Of like asking a question of like, do these skeletons look older than the champion of the Raven Queen? What would it take to, can we tell? Can I figure that out? Those are the sorts of like investigatory questions that I think are kind of the underpinning of a really good, especially like lore-based environmental exploration sequence of like, this is a strange environment that is this way for a reason. You would not expect a normal environment to look this way. And I think that those kinds of questions are really at the center of those. And even here, you see a little bit of, hey, let's just move forward. And then other people say, no, let's slow down. Let's check. And that sort of tension between like, you know, some people want to slow down, some people want to speed up. That's okay. That's definitely, I would say, good, to an extent. But it is, I think the balance that we are seeing here is really a result of Matt setting up a great timer, and a really good pressure, and not making the Shadowfell too crazy. I think that those features are very relevant here to why they are willing to ask those sorts of questions, and why my players weren't. Yeah. I wonder... Oh, wait. Also, the idea for DMs, if they have a bard who rarely uses performance proficiency, discerning the meanings of art should be easier for someone who practices the arts? Possibly. Yeah. Yeah. I can see that, yeah. We are going to the halfway. Although the halfway is not really halfway. The first half is only an hour 17, and the second half is 2:40. So we're going to the break. Not necessarily halfway. But yes. That's at least the plan. Do you think in retrospect you should have told your table, hey guys, you're being pretty shy. I get it, but I recommend you start interacting with stuff. Sometimes above the table talk is okay. I think I could have. Honestly, like a lot of it I just wasn't realizing in the moment. You know, it's one of the reasons that I think I will kind of always be a better analyst than I am a DM. And like I think I'm a good DM. Like it's not like super self-deprecating. But the ability to pause and to break things down makes it very easy for me to identify certain things, I feel like. And that's why I started recording my sessions a long time ago, is because being able to review it on a video makes it so much easier to see where things are going wrong, what's happening. You know, in the moment, I'm mostly acting instinctually. Like, you know, you guys mostly interact with me when I, am taking my time and I'm really thinking about things for long periods. And sometimes it's, a whole joke of like, oh, the match or the players didn't have the ability to pause to think about it. But it's a real factor. And during the actual session, it didn't actually cross my mind, really, that they weren't interacting with things. And even in the ways that it did, I think, it's hard to remember exactly what my thoughts were back then. But I think my thoughts were along the lines of, well, they just thought that was too dangerous. I'll describe this a little bit differently. Or and so then the next one we would get to, and I would describe it a little bit differently. Or I would ask them if they wanted to make, some sort of check, or, are you examining it? I don't think my thoughts were ever sort of coherent enough to actually, have this exact thought to then say as above the table talk. Because I agree with you. I don't think there's anything wrong with above the table talk, especially if things are going super duper different than you thought they would. But in the moment, most of what I thought was going wrong was that they just weren't used to the system enough, or they weren't used enough to the mechanics, or they weren't used enough to the environment. And that as they spent more time, everything would get better, it would start going faster, it would accelerate. And that did not happen. And actually, to this exact point, I realized I had a more coherent thought when we went on a bathroom break. So what actually ended up happening was someone called for a bathroom break. I was like, yeah, absolutely, let's take a bathroom break. And then during the bathroom break, I was standing there and I was thinking, and my brain was kind of catching up to what had happened. And I was like, oh, I think this is going badly. And so then when we all got back from the bathroom break, I was like, hey guys, do we maybe want to call the session here and maybe regroup later, and I'll kind of rework some things. It seems like maybe we're not having a ton of fun, or not really wanting to interact with these XYZ things, So exactly in this vein, it's and I think your mileage will vary based on your DM, your own personal mindset. You might be a little bit more aware of what's going on during the actual session. I'm a little bit more on the instinctual side, which is probably strange if this is, again, the only way that you interact with me, where I'm being much more analytical, much less this way during the actual stream, or during the actual session, which is why I develop so many heuristics and systems. It's why I have my dungeon mapping notation system is because I'm operating pretty purely on instinct during the actual session. And it's why I want exploration mechanics, is because I love an exploration sequence, but I want mechanics to fall back on, even when thinking about how to fudge something, right? I don't want to have a lot of that like mental burden or taxing actually mid-session. I want some things I can fall back on even in order to fudge. So yeah, I think and I maybe could have, instead of just calling the session, I could have just said, hey, let's interact with it in this different way. And that's maybe a lesson in take more frequent bathroom breaks. Maybe try to take a bathroom break, 1 to 2 hours in rather than 3. Because if we'd taken the bathroom break 1 to 2 hours in, I might have realized it sooner. So maybe that's like the easy lesson there. Yeah. But yeah, I definitely think that is fair. When you inevitably mull it over, think, how could I have gotten that info without breaking immersion? And you'll be better off next time. Exactly. I always forget in the moment that above the table talk to sort stuff out as an option. Maybe that will come with time. I just tend to be stuck trying to roll with whatever. Honestly, I'm similar, Songwheel. And it's like, I do think it's a good practice to like learn and develop and like gather skill with. But definitely don't be afraid about it like not coming, or don't be like worried about it not coming naturally. I think that like, I think my players would all say I'm generally a pretty good DM. I think this was definitely an anomaly. And I think that the above the table side of things, I am also very reticent to do, or not even reticence makes it sound more active. I just don't naturally think of, even though I've definitely recommended it on this stream before, because I think it's good practice to occasionally do. I'm just not very good at it. Yeah. Yeah. It's the ultimate ripcord. It's the ultimate ripcord. Yeah. Yes, sir. There's been times where I've stopped us and just told the DM, hey, I think we're struggling here. Can you redirect us? Rare, but it's happened. I love that. Sarah. And in fact, I the player that I mentioned that gave the very harsh, very direct feedback after the fact was we messaged a little bit more in DMs, and they were like, and also thank you for messaging me, because what I originally did, sometimes I abridge stories when I tell them. I don't include all the details, but now I have to kind of go back. So we went on a bathroom break. During the bathroom break, I realized, oh gosh, this isn't going well. And I text the player that I think is like really not having fun. I'm like, hey, I know this is a lot. I don't know if, we want to try to push through it, if we want to just call it and I can modify some stuff between the session. Paige also communicated. Paige also told me that she was like, I think you should message the other player. And I was like, and I was a little bit hesitant about it, but I did it. And then when they didn't answer at first, and then when I came back to my setup, they were already there, and then we had the conversation about ending the session there. And after the fact, they said, hey, thank you for reaching out to me during the break. I was feeling this way for a little bit, and I just didn't know how to bring it up. So, number one, good example of like, yeah, talk to your players. Talk to your players above the table. Be like, hey, it seems like, I didn't even go from the perspective of, I would like you guys to do this thing more. I was like, hey, it looks like stuff is not working for you. Like, is there something we can do? Should we just end? Should we push through? Whatever. So 2 thumbs up to Above the Table Talk and private Above the Table Talk. If you think it's like one player that is like seems particularly out of alignment, shoot him a DM on a break. And that might lead to a much better ultimate resolution. And then secondarily, definitely don't be afraid to communicate those things to your DM. It can be difficult. And like you said, Sarah, I think it should probably be rare. But it is definitely useful because especially, as a DM, I'm juggling a lot. And especially if we're in like an experimental session, we're juggling a whole lot in our minds. Sometimes we're not super conscious of what's going on and how people are feeling. Sometimes we are, sometimes we aren't. And so as a player, either DMing the DM or just saying it outright, it can be immensely helpful, incredibly helpful. And it's something that you're kind of never going to see on Critical Role just because of the actual play of it all. I don't blame them. But it is like one of those good home table things that you're probably not going to see displayed, on a show like this. But yeah. And this is a great point from Negative Review. It's not always easy to tell whether it's fun struggle or not fun struggle. And sometimes it is like, it suddenly just like clicks in of like, oh, they're not frustrated in a fun way. They're frustrated in a very not fun way. Uh-oh. So I would say the majority of the time, it is not like I get an inkling that something is happening and then it builds. Most of the time when I'm DMing and I have that sort of realization, it is a very instantaneous moment of my entire perspective shifts on like what's been happening. And a lot of times that does happen on a break. Yeah. Or even more challenging, fun struggle versus unfun struggle when it becomes fun in retrospect because you accomplished. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Very, very hard. Yep. This is a good difference maker. Frustrated but still engaged. Frustrated but not engaged. Totally relevant. One of the pieces of feedback that I got last session was that I was a player saying I was frustrated and I didn't know what to do, and so I checked out. Boom, right there. That is a huge piece of like, because like you guys are hinting at, like frustration is not always a bad thing. There can be a lot of good frustrations, but them getting frustrated and checking out, not like just like not paying attention, daydreaming, not being involved, that is almost, I'm not going to say always, but I can't think of a situation where that is good. I can't think of a situation where it would be a good thing that a player is checked out of the game. That seems like one of the most unambiguously negative states of mind that one of your players could be in, that you want to like avoid at all costs. So yeah, very good delineation of like engaged versus not engaged. Yeah. I haven't had an unhappy player issue yet. It's me struggling because the players have done something so left field. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. That's, yeah. That's, I mean, it takes time to adjust to that sort of thing and to build your own DMing style and to feel confident in laying down like, hey, you got to talk to me about new characters before the actual session, right? It takes some time to build that confidence as a GM. But if you are giving them things that they are engaged with the whole time, that sounds great. Like engaged is, I think, the baseline. And then we can build a lot of other stuff on top of that. They're sad, they're happy, it's drama. You know, we can go in a lot of different directions for a lot of different stories. But ultimately, as long as they're engaged, that's like the best baseline to aim for, I think. And I talk a lot of times about like interesting stuff. I think that's a similar concept that I'm getting at when I talk about like make something interesting and then make it balanced and then make it fit. Right. I'm aiming for that baseline of engage the players. Yeah.
This intersection.
Yeah, we're normal people in robes.
You also watch as you begin to walk further in that elements of the ground are growing more jagged and craggy. You can see bits of stone and earth are kind of jutting out in large stone spikes, either be through some upheaval or elements of the tumultuous landscape long ago that just caused elements of rock to spike outward up 5-10 feet in sections. You watch as you grow close to this intersection, about half of the group all at once kind of turns and looks in your direction and begin to
Can I just walk some of the smoke towards him?
shamble in your direction, the rest of the group noticing. So you begin blowing the scent of smoke that way. You watch as 3 of the closest skeletons make their way into the fume and kind of and seem to kind of vaguely lose interest for a brief moment.
Since we're close, can I do a medicine check? Are we close enough to...
Yes, with disadvantage because of the smoke.
Oh, shit. Okay.
You got this, Pike.
Okay.
Roll like a stealth roll.
Ooh.
13?
With the brief glances you have, it's hard to really tell, and plus you're not too familiar with the overall weather of the Shadowfell. You don't know if there's enough weather to really manifest as, you know, general decay, or if they've been beaten by the ravages of time, and if it rains here or not. It's hard to tell. You gather probably doesn't rain often. They're definitely hundreds of years old. That's the most you can really tell. They aren't fresh dead. These are long dead.
I'm not feeling foresighty. Can I creep up behind and do the same?
I will say you can do that. However, you still have disadvantage, just because she's already taken the roll.
Yeah.
And you're just supplementing her roll in a very short period of time.
Would that be an even roll then, since I have advantage on everything?
You have advantage on everything. I'm giving you a chance to do this when normally you would have none.
Okay.
So the force set's allowing you to have a roll with disadvantage.
Okay.
So go for it.
Come on.
Ooh, 18.
Or not. Getting a glance at the one nearest to you, the bodies seem to be fairly well preserved for as long as they've been here, so you get the sense that there isn't a lot of heavy weather here at all. And given that fact, the decay that's there, it is reminiscent, maybe not quite as old as like the corpse of Provan when you discovered the tomb originally, but comparatively ancient, at least over 500 years.
Okay.
Old Purvon.
Good old Provan.
These skeletons are almost as old as you, Scanlan.
Good one. That was an impressive walk. That was a very impressive walk.
As you continue to walk forward, and the skeletons kind of part around the cloud of the censer, you push deeper into the city, and they coalesce behind you and follow. They're like keeping a perimeter cluster now. They're still being held at bay by the wafting of this like thick blackish green smoke that's billowing off of it, but they're staying just outside of it and just slowly shambling at your speed, kind of waiting for an opening.
Yeah, I have an idea. What if, right when we get close to the tower, all of these trailing skeletons that we have on us, you just turn undead, and then you control them all?
That's great.
You can do that?
Well, destroy them.
Destroy them.
No, you can't control. I thought
I
you
could turn them.
Well, turn them means they just run away screaming.
I can make them run away.
But you're at a level
I mean-
where you can just make them explode if they roll up.
Okay.
So, up to you.
Well,
Okay.
we got a little nuke in our pocket.
I want us to be quiet. I don't want to make a big spectacle. Because I can make them go boom boom. But let's just wait.
She can make them poop.
They don't even have
Is anything
Didn't either. I thought turn undead.
like stalking us from above while we're moving?
How astute of you? I was just about to get to that.
Did you hear that?
You put the ass in a stew.
Astute bitches.
Hey, did you guys know that Travis is the smartest guy at the table? Sure.
I could tell by his cheer shirt.
So, in the billowing smoke that's coming around, Grog, because you brought it up, as well as the twins who have relatively high passive perceptions, Keyleth as well, actually, you glance up and notice that the erratic patterns that a lot of the Gloomstalkers take in the sky, there's 2 that seem to be circling and circling.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it.
One of them kind of, you watch as it goes into a dive in your direction.
Oh, God. In our direction.
Should we? Is there a building we can duck into?
Yeah.
Make a quick perception check.
But quick.
Ooh.
Oh, nice one.
33.
Jesus.
Okay, both of you really quick, you see in 2 different directions. Past the intersection on the right and on the left, you see 2 buildings that are mostly still intact. They've sustained some level of damage, but they still have 2 solid floors, maybe partial roof missing, but they appear to be structurally sound enough to at least jump into. They both have doors that are partially ajar and a darkened interior.
And
a roof.
Why am I can talk. Go in that building.
Yeah, we go in, yeah?
Yes.
We don't.
That way they can't dive bomb us.
I go in
at least.
last. Sensor.
Oh, yeah,
Sensor.
good call.
All right. So you guys all rush into the building on the right or the left?
Yours.
Right.
So you're right.
Yeah, right.
All right, so the one that backs down. Okay, you guys all rush into that building with Percival, the last one in there. As you hit
Weapons
the...
drawn in case there's something in there.
Okay, so
But also moving like zombies.
okay,
And also,
perfect. So as you guys all rush into the building, weapons ready, who's first in the building?
Me, maybe, because, we saw it.
Probably the two guys. Both of you guys roll perception as you enter the interior of the building. The undead that are clustering behind you are beginning to gather in a semicircle as soon as you hit the inside of the building, and they're kind of clustering at the door as you close it behind you.
20.
20? 24. Okay. As you enter the inside, you look around and you can see what appears to be the remnants of a few tables, very simple tables that have been shattered and destroyed, just broken into ruin around the area. You see what appear to be blades, two left in the wall, one broken off in the center, that have just long rusted over time. You see what appear to be the signs of body, like blood, dark, dried blood circles in the ground, but no corpses, no bodies.
I'm going to use the broken tables and swords to barricade the front windows or holes. I'm not sure which they are, but I'm going to barricade them.
Okay.
The window holes and the door. Use the sword to jam the door shut.
Are there dark corners that anybody could be hiding in, or another room?
I mean, the room itself is pretty damn dark. A little bit of light that comes in through the one of the distant kind of broken elements of the wall. There's enough light where you can it's very dim light for you, Percy. Everyone else with dark vision, it seems all right to make out the interior.
Did a cursory trap check even though?
Make an investigation check.
19.
19? No traps from what you can gather at this juncture. But you do hear, as you close the door and begin barricading it with Percival, you hear the multitudes of bony claws, hands, and bits of armor slamming and brushing up against the outer wall that you just came through. The door's like, as the undead have now kind of clustered and are trying to push their way in. They seem to have a scent.
Do we
We'll
have
keep the sense.
Interesting. Okay. This might be more of a challenge than I gave Matt credit for. Ted Danson and 8 other legendary actors you've bred youngins these days. Look, I watched The Good Place, and when I watched The Good Place, people were like, oh, that's the guy from Cheers. That's my only context. Anyways. No, this is very interesting. Sensors. I was definitely not expecting the sensor to just be like bear spray? That's what bear spray is, right? I've never used it. I've only gone hiking in non-bear country before. But I assume bear spray is like mosquito, like bug spray, but it keeps away bears. Or is it like mace, where you like spray a bear in the face with it? I'm saying it out loud and I now don't know which it is. So we'll say it's like bug spray. It is like the latter. Interesting. Okay. It's more like bug spray then. Where it's just this deterrent towards them. Which is it's very interesting. It's less of a catch-all solution than I thought it was last session. And now that might be something that Matt thought about between the sessions. Maybe originally it was, more of a catch-all thing, and maybe he wasn't intending for them to take it, or maybe he was, and then he just thought about it between the sessions, and he decided to make it a little bit less powerful. Who knows? So it's interesting. It's an interesting escalation to me, because I would have the sort of escalation of how I'm just gonna call all of the monsters fauna, Shadowfell fauna. The big guy went past them and seemed to be deterred by the sensor smoke, but didn't interact with them in any meaningful way. And then they kept going, and then simultaneously, it felt, or close to simultaneously, the skeletons and undead started following them, and the shriekers came down. on top of them. I would have at least expected a slightly more gradual, just like separating those last two things. Of the skeletons surround, they have like a chance to maybe, back out of that if they want to, or they have a chance to, do something about that. And then the things would swoop in if they kept going closer. That would be what I would expect. Now, caveat to that. There's a lot of ways to handle it to where you don't necessarily need that big buildup. It kind of depends on how big a consequence is the things swooping down. Because in my head, those are probably more sentient. Like if I was in this scenario and I was like trying to figure out what to do, I would assume that they are more sentient. They probably have more like strategy and thoughts and memory behind them. And so that feels like, ooh, that's a big consequence. But kind of the only thing you have to do to make it not such a big consequence is to, have them have relatively short memories or give up pretty quickly if they like don't find the players or the characters where they expect to. You can have them be like very, I don't know, short-term thinking or short-term thoughts, I guess. So that now like they know about this consequence, but they can kind of reset and re-strategize from there. So we'll see if that's what Matt does. I wanted to pause and mention it before because I'm. This is definitely different than I thought it would be. I'll be honest, I like it. I think that having it as a deterrent rather than a camouflage is very solid. But I do think that we're going to need some more details around the actual challenge here. Because now that we know it's just a deterrent, it's unclear as to why it worked for the cultists, but it didn't work for Vox Machina. Because Vox is like dressed up, right? They are like in basic camouflage. But something about them was different enough from the cultists to attract all this attention. Now, was it their visual presentation? Was it that they were in a location that they shouldn't have been? Right? That the cultists walk very particular routes and they were not walking on a cultist patrol route. And so they say, oh, hey, what are you doing? There's some hanging questions here. And if it really is just like they saw through the disguise, that'll be interesting. We'll have to see. Because yeah. Now it is, I guess I'll put it this way. It was starting to become more clear to me what the challenge was here, and this just made it much less clear. Not in a way that, like, there's not a ton of options to clarify it. Like, I think this is a perfectly fine beat. But I do think there needs to be, like, a level of clarification after this, either from observation or just from how the fauna further react to them.
Sensor near the door.
Yeah, I do a little gust cantrip and like put a little bit of the sensor smoke under the door.
Okay.
Also hilarious that bear spray is like one of the most chatted topics, not D&D related. It's so long. I can't remember the last time chat had such like a long off-topic conversation about anything, and it was all about bear spray. It's very funny to me. I love it when chat has off-topic conversations, by the way. It's very fun for me. I like just like glancing over and like seeing little snippets of it. But it's very funny to me that it was all about bear spray. Big bear spray people in the community, yeah.
Okay.
I'm like an oscillating fan.
Druids get pretty cool at 18, guys. Just saying, timeless body, oscillating fan. That's wild shape ability.
Sprinkler system.
Well, one investor gets that. So as you're blowing the smoke of the censer beneath the doorway, it lessens the impacts, but the undead, the more than a dozen or so of these, probably about 15 or 16 of them, have kind of spread out, and they're all kind of clustered at that side. The little bit of the fumes that you can push beneath the doorway are only reaching a handful, and it's keeping them from the main door at the moment.
Can we see outside at all? Is there a peephole or anything?
There are no windows at the front of this building. You see a sliver where it looks like a portion of the wall suffered some sort of an axe or a hatchet impact a long time ago, and someone tried to pull their way through. It's maybe about that wide, and that's where the one source of light is coming through.
I'm going to go over there. Oh. Don't do anything?
Well, I was going to say, what if we turned ourselves into something else and snuck out, and they would think that we're still in this building? Like anything that was tracking us.
I was going to try to make a little diversion to draw them away from the door.
You guys hear a heavy impact on the roof above.
I'll do that. I'll do my thing.
And you hear what sounds like really heavy footfalls along the roof of the building.
I'm going to look through the little sliver, and I'm going to cast...
Do you want to see what they're burning in the sensor?
Yes, I do. That's exactly what I was going to do.
I'm going to open up the sensor.
First,
Okay, hold on just a second. Yeah, go ahead, just a second.
I'm going to cast Major Image and make a small...
Really, really solid little thing on Matt's part of just like, hey. Which this is like, this is going to be a challenge with higher player counts, with the fact that they have 7 players as opposed to the more standard, maybe 4 or even lower, is having the skill to redirect the conversation to make sure that everyone's getting covered. That is difficult. And I think Matt does a fantastic job for the fact that he has 7 people. Now that sometimes leads to, I think, some misses. But that's a great example of just like, very politely just shifting it back to Sam. But it is, but also not being like too much about it, because I think importantly, it's not like they're on their phones or they're talking about something totally separate. They are talking about the game, and you don't want to totally discourage that. So a really just quick transition.
One girl in the middle of the street, crying, bleeding from the arm, and she looks disoriented, and she's walking towards the other building that we spotted. Just very sad and.
Okay. As you glance through and create this image, this image appears of this tiny, kind of saucer-eyed, kind of like a French poppet of a girl with a little dress. Her curls are kind just mushed up. Yeah.
Appendix scar.
Yeah, it's missing like one button eye. Yes. Basically. Yeah. And she goes running off, kind of screaming and crying. You guys immediately hear the shift of the undead beyond the door, kind of, and begin getting fainter and fainter. As that happens, you also hear. Scanlan, you glance out and you watch the shadow of one of the Gloomstalkers flying overhead begin to swoop down and attack for the creature, the little girl.
Okay, she's gonna run. She's gonna book it into that other building to try to get away as fast as she can, and she can move super fast since she's not real.
This is true. This is actually very true.
She's like.
This is okay. This is also just a compliment to Sam, and to like Laura, because I think that there would have been a valid direction there as well. But. Compliments to Sam of just trying something. And, there are a lot of things that a DM needs to do to set things up so that players feel confident trying things, and so that, they feel a desire to try things. But if we heard Matt there of like they were in there and Keyleth, was doing the thing with like blowing the smoke, and they were putting the sensor next to the door, and at first he was just narrating of the zombies at the door, right? And then they talked a little bit more, and then he escalated with the thing landing on the roof. Now that is tricky or maybe risky. I think that Matt was well within reason to do it here. But escalating the scene while they talk is a good way to push them towards action, but they need to act. And if they don't, then like continuing that escalation eventually puts you in a position where like as a GM, you're going to have the big monster, break into the house and do combat with them. And you might have to go into an initiative that, you weren't planning on. You don't have this house mapped out in your mind. The players are all imagining something slightly different from what you're imagining because you weren't planning on needing to precisely track things here. So, again, kudos to Sam for just trying something. Just throwing it out there, seeing like, okay, they just swooped down because they saw us. Maybe they will get distracted by this little girl. And I think that obviously Matt was not anticipating the illusion of a little girl that Scanlan was going to summon. This is, I think, inarguably a situation that he could not have predicted. But it gives Matt something to work with, right? In a situation where the DM is escalating things like that, just giving them something to react off of is oftentimes more than a DM needs. Like, in that situation, Matt just needs them to do something so that he can have the monsters not be going after them anymore. They just have to give him a sufficiently good excuse. And especially at level 18, for a lot of them, they have more than enough tools in their toolbox to do that. But it is very... I think this is a very good example, because if the players sit there and do nothing, this scene revolves probably not so hot, probably not so fun. But with the players just being active, this can be a great scene. It has a lot of environmental storytelling about the ability to distract the undead in the Shadowfell, to distract the local fauna, what the fauna are even attracted towards. It now doesn't seem like the thing was swooping in because they had the smoke. It wasn't investigating the smoke being somewhere that it shouldn't be. It was just drawn by, it seems, abnormal movement. It's still unclear, but we're getting more information. We're starting to block some options off, which is really nice. So this is less GM advice, and I guess more player advice of, when in doubt, just try something. Just try something, and hopefully your DM is trying to work with you on it, I'm sure you've seen that now by multiple times, just pointing it out on here. Oh, I think we said early on that Sam becomes a phenomenal presence at the table and one of the better role players. Oh, yes. I mean, I agree. It's been a wild shift in my critique, or in my, I guess, analysis of the players. I mean, I think that it's shifted for all of them, but especially Sam. Like, at the beginning of this series of Critical Eyes, I would have rated Sam near, like, the bottom of, like, good table presence. Or maybe constructive table presence. Because I think he was kind of always a mixed bag of making people laugh, but often being very disruptive towards certain types of scenes, and disruptive towards certain types of immersion. And I think he has really grown and, like, kept all of the things that I liked about him. He still makes people laugh. He's still a really, like, fun presence at the table, but is now not nearly as disruptive. Like, I would have, like, been rating him probably not as disruptive as Orion, but, like, in the early days, they were my bottom two, and then there was a gap, and then it was the rest. So Sam's he has changed quite a lot over the show, in my estimation, at least.
fucking flash.
There is a lady holding my
120 feet is all I can move her.
She's like
Yep.
sweeping as she's ready.
Yeah, you can make her move with an action 120 feet. So the little girl goes from like, it just goes into a full sprint in a really creepy kind of ring style way, like across. That's for you, Travis. Across the way, and you watch as the Gloomstalker swoops up and slams into the side of the stone building, causing part of it to kind of crush inward and break. The roof kind of partially has to settle, and it falls into itself as the creature kind of rights itself. You now have a much closer look at this entity, and it is just billowing black shadow like smoke off of it. You can see what look to be glimpses of some sort of physical form in there, but it's so blurry, it's almost like it's phasing between physical matter and dream. You're not sure what it's made from, but you can see what looks to be an elongated neck, some sort of a snapping jaw at the end, and two bright, greenish yellow, glowing beacons like eyes at the front of its face. Its wings don't have skin or flesh, it's just dark smoke, and as it flaps, it leaves these trails, these curling bits like black smoke.
Dragon size?
It's wyvern size. It's maybe about 20 feet from wingtip to wingtip.
Is it anything like we've ever heard about?
No, you have not encountered a creature like this before. But you watch as it glances, and at this proximity, Scanlan, you're the one who's getting the view of this. You watch wherever it looks, its eyes seem to emanate these like tiny cones of light, like little flashlights. And as it scans past the little girl, where the beam goes past, her body just is nothing there.
Shit.
Oh, yeah, like anti-magic.
Is there another door in this building?
There is on the backside. Yes, it's partially covered by what looks to be debris and.
I couldn't have come up with a better example of exactly what I was talking about, man. Sometimes all you need as a GM is just them to do something. You'll be able to figure out an improv how to like get them information, how to get them reward. Fantastic. Yeah, like they got a lot of info on the Gloomstalker. And it was momentarily distracted. Now it seems like because of its eyes, it's probably going to realize that was an illusion, and it is likely going to come back to their house. But that just resets them to where they were before Sam tried something. So, in like objective terms, the thing that Sam just tried failed. It seems. If the Gloomstalker comes back to their house, we'll see if it does. But I think it will. And in like objective terms, that was just a waste of resources towards accomplishing the intended goal. However, Matt was able to parlay it into them getting more information about the Gloomstalkers, not only their capabilities, but their general physique and their mindsets. And he's setting them back to where they were before Sam tried or Scanlan did the illusion. So now we've actually bought ourselves a little bit more time. We still have to do something else, but we bought ourselves a little bit more time and we got info. So it is like, on the whole, even though it wasn't the solution to the problem that they're in, it was still not a waste of resources, a waste of action. And I have to remember that, as a GM, to like try and reward acting as much as possible. Even if it doesn't solve the intended problem, like even if they were, aiming at a problem and it doesn't solve that, still giving them something for that spend, no matter how small it might seem. And especially trying not to escalate things further, depending on the consequence. You want to be careful with the amount that you escalate, both in terms of how many other sort of options do you think people will consider? How much do you think your escalation will discourage any more action from them? It's a thin line to walk, but Sam acting and Matt giving that reward is a really good example of the like virtuous cycle of how these things can interact, of trying things and acting and maybe not solving the issue, but ultimately getting some sort of reward so that you feel like you didn't waste your time. Yeah.
It looks like somebody else barricaded the other side, but did not seem to cover both ends before they fell within this building.
We should go out the other exit door as fast as possible.
I'll take care of that barricade.
But quietly. We don't want him to know that we're getting out the other side.
I don't know if I can guarantee that.
What are you doing, Grog?
Moving shit out of the way of the door. In a
Medium pace.
Yeah, let's call it a medium well.
pace.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make an athletics check.
Okay.
You were a terrible stage mom, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Well, she's gone. She died.
Well, she's still there.
She got her equity card.
And that's what matters. She's still there, and you watch that the creature seems confused, like the eye beams kind of move past it, and the little girl's still there crying and still darting, around the area, and the creature's like, oh yeah, lands on the ground, and comes up and like swipes and bites at her and kind of goes through her form, and you get the sense the creatures aren't super intelligent, but they are effective at seeing through certain glamours or.
They're gonna know that we're not.
Is it still after her, or is it given up on that ghost?
It's in the process.
And there we go. Very nice. That's why they saw through the zombie stuff versus, the original cultists. Fantastic.
Of giving up on that ghost right now.
Cat and a light flashlight.
We gotta go.
21. At this point, you watch as Grog just goes over with this giant mitts and pretty much single-handedly just shifts the entire pile over with one shove, exposing the door there before you.
Out the door.
You open the doorway.
Behind like a dead body or something for them to eat.
What are we?
I don't know.
What dead body?
Well, he's got a ton of them in there.
Actually, yes. Throw a dead body in the room.
Who's laughing now, bitches? Dead body.
And like the world's most macabre flower girl, you produce one of the.
I birthed from the bag of holding a dead body.
And use dust of tracelessness as we run out the door, so they don't know they don't follow
Who's
us.
giving the orders around here?
Me, please.
Okay.
So as you throw the body behind you, the door is now being kind of slammed a bit. Some of the undead wander towards that illusion. Some are still on the other side, and now that you've pulled the sensor back from it, the other door's kind of being pushed in. You can see light peeking through. You guys rush out, still with your seeming illusion on, and you hear very loudly, almost omnipresent, the screech of the Gloomstalker right around the corner from you as it begins to take off.
What are we doing?
Just on the other side of the building.
Some other buildings.
Should we look for another building we can duck into to lose their so you can
Line of sight, yeah.
Building.
Okay. I want everyone to roll stealth check, please.
Do we still
You
have?
do. You're right on the. You're getting close to the tail end. You have about 5 minutes left.
Ooh, natural 20.
Me too.
Shit.
Thank God we still have a thing.
So natural 20.
21.
Did you add 10?
36.
All right.
39.
22, I mean. 22.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
22.
20.
Okay.
We did not roll well,
Yeah, but
but we're fine.
So you all got above 20. That's good. Well done.
We needed about 4.
So you guys rush past and quick glance around. You just find one of the nearby buildings. It's a little more dilapidated, but it seems to have at least enough cover where you can all dive into the shadows and seemingly vanish. And you all stand there for a second. And you're super quiet, all breathing heavily. The sensor's still kind of billowing this awful, awful fume. It's just filling your nose. Your eyes are kind of watering instinctually from the presence. It stings just to get into your sinuses, but you're all enduring it and trying to be as quiet as possible.
is there another door in this building that we can exit out?
Make a perception check.
I'm showing Keyleth what's inside the sensor.
An uncensored
19.
19. It's hard to tell. It looks like where there may have been a door. A portion of the roof in here that is also kind of collapsed. It looks like a giant siege stone about that big from a catapult was launched and just tore through the roof and just kind of shattered that side of the building.
Wow.
So the only way out is the same way you came in.
Fuck.
Unless you climb up and out. But as you open the sensor and look inside, it looks like there is this ember, this cluster of burning dried herbs. You're not quite sure.
I was just saying, here's hoping it's like one Gruth stealth check to get out of this thing's range. Because I was thinking about it as like group stealth check versus skill challenge. I don't know how long we want to spend just trying to evade this thing. Unless Matt is like prepared and like thinks that like running the combat with this thing right now would be fun. Or is like a plan for this session. Otherwise, one group stealth check, maybe let him get out of it. Also, another option that I did think about, this is why I paused, is something that I don't think I've ever seen Matt use, and I had never used anything like it until I played Blades in the Dark, and is now a thing in Daggerheart, is the idea of like a contested clock or a contested countdown timer where the timer itself represents like, the negative consequence of like the Gloomstalker finding them. And then as they roll or as they try things, their successes or failures tick the clock in like one direction or the other. So if they fail, it ticks them further towards the Gloomstalker finding them. If they don't, it ticks them more towards getting out and away. Now, that's kind of a way to dress up a skill challenge. Like that ultimately just kind of is a skill challenge, just with different clothes. But it allows, I think, a better feeling of tension. And especially when you're in this sort of free form environment where like it's not like them coming up the chute or the hole of the mine after they fought Symphior, where it's like, okay, that's a skill challenge where the same thing is happening the entire way up, right? So it's dex saving throw, dex saving throw, dex saving throw. And Matt is not like really taking into account what they are doing, at least to an extent. Maybe he was like modifying some of the DCs based on what they did, but like it wasn't like we do X, therefore you have to make a dex saving throw, right? It was just a skill challenge of like they had to do this all the way out, and there were consequences if they would have failed. A dynamic countdown clock where it's this kind of like tug of war sort of situation allows a lot more freedom from the players in how they tackle it. It's not just like this countdown clock has to be addressed by rolling a bunch of stealth checks. It's like, okay, stealth checks could impact the clock. Another sort of distraction like the illusion could impact the clock. A distraction where one of them just runs away could absolutely impact the clock. All of those sorts of things. And you can have any failure on those not need to necessarily be fully and customly represented in the fiction because they can have this mechanical impact on the clock. And then you can just have the progression of the clock be represented within the fiction. It's a little bit of a way to detach player and monster action in this sort of scenario where they have two separate goals, right? When one is like the goal to escape and one is the goal to find. It's the sort of chase scenario. I think a tug of war clock could be really nice here.
What it is or where it came from, but it's currently...
But also, I didn't know about it when I had just played D&D. They haven't made Daggerheart yet. I don't know if they've played anything with that sort of mechanic. But I definitely don't blame them for not having thought of that sort of thing.
Just glowing red in places.
I'm going to give some of the herbs to Keyleth to examine. It's like on a charcoal. Sorry, I know.
No, it has a looks to be charcoal stones on the bottom cluster, and these herbs are kind of placed over it, and it's just burning and smoldering over time.
Sure. So can I tell what the herbs are?
Make a medicine check. Must be a nature check, sorry.
Thank you. And is this something that I would get advantage on for my herb book?
Yes.
Oh,
your herb book.
My herb book. That sounds like that. 28.
Okay. I get to look this up.
Oh, look it up. It's a real thing. Wow.
What?
It's called Wild's Guide.
Wild's Guide?
Wild Guide.
It's a tobacco-like leaf that was used briefly.
It's an herb.
No, it was briefly used for just like recreational smoking and treatment of like small wounds, but it tended to have a very quick kind of disease sickening sense to it. Those who smoked it a lot tended to just get sick very quickly, and I went into disuse from there. And it's largely considered to be a relatively useless plant. There isn't a lot of medicinal quality to it, and it's kind of just something that exists in herbalism books as things to avoid.
Huh.
Comes in green and red, available on the Resident Evil.
Yeah.
You get the sense that whatever them using it for the sensor is probably not a widely known use for this type of plant.
You found a new use.
I did. I like write it down and I press a flower and then, or I save some of it and then can I druid craft some more? Now that I know what it is.
Druid craft. From that cluster, I'd say you can create a little bit more, but very little bit.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make as much as I can.
Okay. So you managed to spend some time there to focus on it, and from the remnants there, you can make about twice the amount than what was in the sensor. So you have probably a good, solid kind of softball-sized cluster.
The resin's the best part.
Okay, I take half, put half back in the sensor, and then give half to Percy. Does anybody else want some? Actually, should we like dab ourselves with them? No, is that weird? Is that weird? Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's just.
Really, after all that, no dab joke? Anyway.
It's too classy for us.
I guess so.
Whatever the opposite of standards are, I know we have them.
Give some to Percy.
Yeah.
Anybody else
Yeah,
want
yeah.
some? All right. I don't have any way to make mine, but I'll take it.
Okay.
It's definitely
All right.
my shirt now.
As you guys are doing this, you hear the...
I keep talking.
And you hear it's hunting from building to building. Closer. A little further away.
Moves on.
Is there a He's gone? Did it fly away?
Sounds like.
Sounds like it.
Should we leave?
Yeah. Yes.
And go to another building?
Let's keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
Building to building toward the tower. Toward the tower.
I feel like it's not really gone.
Well, we'll find out. Yep. Let's go. Break for it.
Okay, who's going first? Okay. Vax, as you dart along the side, glancing up in the air, you can still see, and it looks like there is some communication, because where once there was...
Now comes the question. How does Matt handle this? Because my last recollection, when they were still on the outskirts, was that they were about 1.5 miles away from the center. And they were traveling for a little bit. Let's say they got halfway there. So they're still over 1/2 mile away from the sensor. This is an active, question to think about for yourself if you were in this situation as Matt, or even possibly as the players. And it's tough because this will probably have like a direct answer related to the challenge that he had prepped. But it's a very, I think, it's a good question to ponder of, let's say their plan just worked. They were just able to hop from building to building all the way up to the spire. And let's say he planned some challenges in between that, but like this just like bypasses that. Or maybe it doesn't bypass it. Maybe there's some amount of risk involved to that, which I think there probably should be. How do you abstract that? How often are they rolling for that sort of progression? How, are you going to narrate each and every house? Almost certainly not. So how high do you take that abstraction? Do you go every 10 houses? Do you go, you just do it twice? You do it like once to get halfway there and the rest to get the rest of the way there. How many times do you check in with them, especially when they are specifically worried about something hunting them? Because a pretty key part of this is it seems like they are going to be trying to track the vague or at least general locations of the Gloomstalkers. And that is going to, the level that you choose to abstract it, like the amount of time that you choose to abstract, is now time where they can't get as frequent of updates. So if they're trying to look out for the Gloomstalkers and they're saying in their heads, but maybe not out loud, oh, if the Gloomstalker gets close again, I'll stop hopping from house to house. But Matt has abstracted it to where you're going every 20 houses. And so you get 20 houses in. And then Matt's yeah, in the time that it took you, one of the Gloomstalkers started going closer to your area. And you're like, oh, well, shit, I wouldn't have kept going if I'd known that the Gloomstalker was coming in. So, but if you go too far down, if you say, okay, we're going to check in every other house, that gets immensely tedious. So I think it's an active question when they are trying to move while tracking the position of something else. I speak from direct experience yesterday of that is tedious to run if you're checking in too often, but can be very confusing if you're not checking in often enough. So I want to see what Matt does.
Maybe two. You can now see a lot of them have clustered close in your direction. There seems to be some sort of an overhead hunt.
Should I cast Pass Without a Trace on us again? Are we running out of time on it?
You're getting pretty close, yeah.
I'm gonna cast it again just so we don't.
Okay, so you cast Pass Without a Trace again.
Are we Without a Trace and Desolate Tracelessness?
That's
just a one-time
Desolate
deal.
Traceless is just so that they can't track us.
Yeah. So the second thing you've gathered, these creatures are not very intelligent, but they do have some sort of communication between them, and there apparently is a rush on their end to search for whatever was recently spotted.
Interesting. Matt being very explicit about the information that might be important to this puzzle. Like right here. So, the second thing you have gathered. And then he reiterates the first thing that they've gathered. These creatures are not very intelligent, but they do seem to have some manner of communication. Again, I think learning from his past mistakes of his players were in the exploration within the Hells. Not only were they not very self-directed in a lot of it, but they also seemed to have a tendency to forget pre-established stuff unless specifically Marisha, the note-taker, had written it down. And there was some level of miscommunication about exactly what certain things were or did, because in their defense, there was a lot of new things that were getting brought up. And they're not very used to these sorts of challenges and like needing to think about these sorts and keep track of these sorts of pieces of information. So again, I think Matt learning from past sessions is actively reiterating it to them during the kind of in-between times of their actions. Very, very cool. Very interesting. Yeah.
So as you guys make your way, following Vax's lead, down some of the alleyways and begin slithering through the back ways and the small side streets, kind of avoiding your first attempt to just walk straight through the center of the town.
It's crazy how that didn't work, though. I mean, because it was a really smart plan.
It worked for a bit. Not every plan is going to hold you to the very end. There was some cleverness to it. So you begin to move through these buildings before it would be Keyleth, Vex, and Vax. You guys come around one small alley and it opens up into another main road. And this road's hard to avoid. It seems to be almost a circular central road that marks kind of the outer and inner rings of Thar Amphala. But you see there, marking it right across this road, a 15-foot tall wall that seems to just lock in the inner cloister of the town.
How thick does it appear to be?
Make a perception check.
Okay. Maybe we can go under it.
Can't go through it. That's no rule. 17.
It's hard to tell from this perspective. You have to get a better glance. You have to find if there was a break in the wall anywhere. And you do see what looks to be some variation in texture a little ways to the right. It could be a gate, it could be a door, it could be an opening, it could just be some change in its rather solid, not very varied exterior.
Want to go to the gate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't the half elves go real quick, just to stay small and quiet. No clanking, no crushing, and then you take a look at the wall, and then we just call everybody up in just 2 seconds if it's the way to go.
Is it far away? It's like 15 feet from us, you said?
Or is
it farther than that?
It's probably about 60 feet down to the right of you guys.
To the right. And so the change in the wall is about 60 feet, but the wall from our hiding spot is how far away from us?
Across the way, it's about 30 feet.
30 feet, okay.
It's not 15 feet tall. It's not crazy, crazy big.
Go. I'll see if I can discern something here.
Will you come?
A little bit better. No, you go. Go.
All right.
Okay.
Go check it out.
Okay.
Sure.
So the two of you can dart off to the side, following Keyleth's impression of where she saw this shift. And as you make your way along the edge, you glance over and you see two things. One, there does indeed appear to be a small cut doorway in the wall, maybe about 6 feet up, about 3 feet wide, that's designed for a single file passage of any creature that wishes to move through. It's open. There's no closed door there. Above it, just above it, about 8 feet up, you see what appears to be a deep cerulean blue gemstone, about 2 feet across, that's embedded within the wall.
I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Just go through the
We're
door.
good. We're good. Yeah. We found it. Yeah.
So it's a big blue stone, about that big around. It's just embedded in the
Okay,
wall.
let's go
above
back
the
and
door.
ask them how thick does the wall appear to be around that side?
Looking through the door, can we tell how deep it is?
Yeah, actually you can. It's about 3 feet wide, 4 feet wide.
Like the depth of the wall?
The depth of the wall, yeah.
Vex,
It's
I
like a
bet if you
big,
go
heavy
real
wall.
fast, you can totally make it.
Good idea, Grog. I will definitely try it.
I can
You
try and stone shape through it.
You
through
two
our own path.
recognize, at least, there's something very familiar about that stone embedded in the wall. It's definitely blue. It's very similar in size, installation, and functional placement as the threshold crests that adorn the exterior of Singorn.
Oh, which are definitely used, wait, to teleport
The
things?
ones that are used to transport
The
Singorn
whole
to the
city
Feywild.
that we saw in the
and back.
Feywild.
Huh. Interesting. Huh. That's interesting. It doesn't feel relevant to like the challenge at the moment. Like I don't think it's going to like do anything to them if they pass through. But it means that either they are attempting to teleport Thal and Fala to the material, or that historically Thar and Fala could do the same thing that Singorn does. I guess depending on whether or not this is a new or recent construction or not. But it does make me think of Artagan wanting the Threshold Crest. It does seem like Singorn's technology is not common. It seems like that is not something that just like anyone could make. It seems very unique, very like if an Archfey was like really wanting to acquire some, it's probably not super common. Now, the fact that we have kind of this Feywild Shadowfell kind of analog or mirror, I don't know when Singorn was founded. Like, I don't know when it came about. I guess I was kind of assuming that it was pre-Cataclysm. Or Calamity. But maybe not. Interesting. And what did they call the rituals last time? Like, it was the ritual of seeding. I remember that. And the ritual of something else. Oh no, not Allura. Ritual. Set a foul ritual. Why this location was chosen for the... Oh, that's it. Those are the only two rituals I have. Well, shit. I don't know where my other notes are then. Let's see. The Shadowfell Winter. Who's proficient in history? There's solid stone buildings, ransacking. I don't? Yeah, I don't know. I know I have a note about it somewhere in here. But boy, oh boy, have I given up on organizing my notes. So, there's that. I don't know where it is. Well, whatever. That's fine. I don't think it would have changed my theorizing too much. Because I am going to assume that this is almost certainly part of whatever ritual is... I'm assuming these are new. I'm assuming these are not a previous feature of Thar and Fala. Even though Thar and Fala is here. Like, I've been operating under this sort of paradigm where the gods are the ones that plucked out the tower, and assumingly Thar and Fala, and put them into the Shadowfell. that could theoretically not be the case. And like, it would really fuck with my whole theory, because I think that the Shadowfell and the Feywild were created during the Divergence. So anything that went to the Feywild or the Shadowfell would have to be created post-Divergence, or like, during the same time. But it wouldn't make sense for Thar and Fala to like have these things constructed to go to a place that doesn't exist yet. So either the Shadowfell and the Feywild pre-existed when I thought they did, or when I think they did, or these are new constructions. Partially because it doesn't require me to revise any of my other theories, I'm going to assume that they're new constructions, and that they're essentially just modeled after the Threshold crests, or just using a similar technology, and they are not historically mirrored in any way. Especially because they don't seem to be like the same material. If they were supposed to be directly mirroring each other, I would expect for these to be like black marble or some shit like that, but they're like a blue gemstone, almost like lodestone-esque. So I'm going to assume that these are relatively new and probably being constructed to transport some part of Thar and Fala back to the material plane, which makes absolute sense with what the goals of the Briarwoods and / probably Vecna seem to be.
Oh, weird. Oh no.
Oh no.
The whole city. Yeah.
Shit, we have to stop this.
What if we dismantle the gems?
Probably have to dismantle a bunch of them.
Maybe.
Dismantling that's pretty tough.
I feel like it'd be easier to wreck the operator than try and break the machine.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, we've got a guy who crushes rocks all the time. Right?
Yeah, but I don't think it's safe to touch those
The
things.
moment he makes a ruckus, the air squad is coming down on location immediately.
Didn't we take some of that crystal? Didn't we take some of that?
Which crystal?
Didn't we take shards of it from the thresholds in Simburn?
I don't remember. I don't have any in my
I feel like we, because one of them shattered, and I feel like we took some.
Yeah, I did.
You did?
Yeah, the shards of blue crystal.
Yeah.
What made or something?
I don't know. Just maybe it's useful in this case.
It's just not pretty. It's all broken.
One question is, if these stones are used to pull this tower into the main realms, is there another purpose to them here, or is that doorway safe, is what I'm wondering?
No, that doorway's in no way safe.
Where was the gem embedded in the doorway?
8 feet up, about 2 feet above the doorway.
I mean, I feel like we should go through the wall or over it just on principle.
We can go over it. We do have a magic carpet.
Yeah, and all the flying creatures are going to see us immediately. We either go under the wall. How far from the wall to the tower is it? Does it seem?
Probably.
Can we see the tower through the doorway?
You can see across, and it's not a straight shot, but you can get low and you can see like where it breaks off. And since you have a good sense of direction, being the ranger, I'd say it's at least under a mile.
Okay. A mile to the tower, so it's like probably 2 miles wide. This whole.
Yeah, probably less.
Okay.
Like it's hard to pinpoint directly from what little bit you can see, but it's definitely like within a mile to a half mile of that wall.
Okay.
Kiki, would you be able to great escape us underneath this
Yeah,
wall?
that's what I'm thinking. What if we go under the ground all the way to the tower?
Is it unworked stone? What's the ground like?
The ground is unworked stone. It is just broken dirt and earth and stone, from what you gathered at the very least. A heavy layer of dust.
I could attempt to tongueless there. Percy, I'm sure you would know more than anyone. What's the likelihood that we might encounter, that I might bust through a dungeon or something though under there?
That will be the question is, A, where do we come up? B, how do we tunnel without collapsing a building on us? And C, what if there's buried dead that haven't been able to break?
I can get us under the wall for sure. I can do both. I can do both. It's just figuring out what we want to do.
If we can tunnel under the wall and then come up in a building. I think so.
Yeah, let's get
Not try to get all the way there, just past this.
Okay, can I stone shape like a
from within a building.
crawl space through the wall?
Yeah, you can probably do that.
Okay.
Look at the stone shaped spell here.
Big enough for at least Grog to like marine belly through?
We're all undead, so I'm a little smaller right now, actually.
It's just,
Well, you look smaller.
You look smaller. You want? You're still.
You still.
It'll just be like a little zombie floating.
Can we be zombie cows?
Stone shape, it's instantaneous, and it's a section no more than 5 feet in any dimension. So stone shape would be just a one-hit boom. You could not create a long tunnel.
But I can't carve a shape through the wall to just carve through 5 feet?
Oh, through the actual wall itself?
Yeah, through the wall, not under the ground. I want to bust a crawl space through the bottom of the wall.
Don't you think the
Yeah,
flying guys will
that could
notice
work.
that?
Be quiet when
So you want to do that?
I can be. It's not like a dynamite blast. It's like a.
Okay.
It's just a hole in the wall.
Like
It's a
butter.
hole in the wall.
Okay,
Yeah, it's like
so-
butter. So.
Okay, so you dart across the open road. The other side
Cover
of the
for
wall
me.
is.
How do we do that?
We are stealthed and we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I? Oh shit! Well, you already rolled. Can I have been keeping an eye out on this guy and like give her a go ahead when it looks like they're not going to see her?
You begin to do so as she runs across the road.
What? Just go. Just fucking okay.
You hear the distant kind of shrieks, communication between the various Gloomstalkers.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of theater of the mind confusion at play here. I think there's like a little bit of confusion about how wide this road is, how far away the tower is. You know, Laura was like trying to clarify it, but it was I didn't really get the sense that they were on the same page personally. You know, if they're across the road, it seems like I think Marisha thought that they were already across, but then just kind of ran with it when Matt was like, oh, so you're going across the road. And then also, you know, Laura's like wanting to keep an eye out, which they had pre-established, but not in this part. You know, things have changed since they established that. So it's tough. It's really tough because I think that for super large scale exploration, like exploring a city, where you don't want to give your players a sense of the entire scale of the city or like what might be where or anything like that. So you can't give them like a full out map. And like you want their navigation of the space to be part of the challenge. You also don't want to give them even like a partial map. It's tough because theater of the mind does make things more complicated. You have to do a lot of recurring communication, and then it ends up with one person thinking that it's one way when it's actually the other. I honestly think I would hedge away from theater of the mind more with more players. I think I would generally feel more comfortable with theater of the mind with fewer players, and I would lean more towards like pure grid, give them top-down maps, and just make there be explicit obstacles along the way to where the actual navigation is not the difficult part. It is getting through certain segments, which maybe could have been done here, maybe not. There's a lot of context needed to determine whether that could have been done here. But we'll see. Again, it sort of depends on how bad of a consequence the Gloomstalkers are, really. Because now that there's like this organized search, we don't have a good estimation of exactly how many there are. Like, I think the players are interpreting it, and I'm interpreting it, as a very bad thing if the Gloomstalkers catch them. So when presenting them with a challenge that is like, get across this gap without the Gloomstalkers seeing you, that sort of inherently raises the stakes quite a lot. And it's tough because I do like it. I'm debating in my own head if this would be better or worse gridded as opposed to theater of the mind. Because this is the sort of challenge that I've been thinking a lot about. And I'm seeing some of the downsides here with theater of the mind. So now I'm thinking through of the alternative of it being gridded. And I think I lean towards gridding it. But that also slows things down. I don't know. Maybe theater of the mind's fine here. It's a tough challenge. It's when you want them to cross pretty vast distances. And they could kind of get stopped at any point along the way. It's tough to make a lot of gridded stuff for that. Yeah, I don't know. On the plus side, if they don't have a map or a clear mental map, then that thing they wanted to get to could be anywhere. Or if they know where it is, it could be any level of easy to get to. That is absolutely a factor. That's a huge positive for theater of the mind, is it is way easier to improv stuff. Way easier. But that also comes with a little bit of challenge of making sure that you don't take too much of advantage of the easiness of it, because it becomes really obvious to your players. So it's tough because in this sort of situation, I feel like, they're going through it pretty quick. There's just being some consistent communication breakdowns that I get nervous about when the consequence seems pretty large. That's my main concern. Is like I don't know if we should prioritize time spent versus communication reliability when we have this looming consequence of the Gloomstalkers spotting them. That's the real core of my debate in my head. Yeah. This street has arcades running along the length. You don't see any undead on the arcaded sidewalk. You can probably run pillar to pillar without being seen with a single stealth roll. Yeah. Which is honestly, I think, a route that, like, Matt, if I'm interpreting all of this correctly, I think that's the sort of thing that they could do in this scene. And I think that they're not, mostly because of communication breakdowns. Like, my picture of this scene is that it is a street with houses and buildings on both sides, and then behind the inner set of buildings, there is then a wall that has this passageway set up into it. So my mental map of this says that they should just be able to cross the street as a group, just make a group stealth check, and then move forward. And the fact that it is, Matt really heavily emphasized that it was like a wide street and it seems to run the entire length, to me seems like it is very purposeful open ground. Like, that is the challenge here. You are going to be on open ground where the Gloomstalkers might see you. So I don't think he would want to insert in something like pillars to block their way or something. It seems like they need to figure out a solution. But it's tough when there's the communication breakdown of what the core scene kind of looks like when it's in a stealth scenario, especially. Yeah. I've usually run 7 to 8 players, and a quick sketch or a super quick mini mock-up saves a lot of confusion and explanation. That's a very good point. I've been a whiteboard apologist for a long time. And I definitely agree, especially when you're not trying to do the sort of stuff I was doing where I wanted the players to determine their own relative placements of things. I don't think that's Matt's goal here. And so a very quick, this is what it looks like. This is here. You are here. This is about this long. That's 4 lines. Not 4 lines. 4 lines and 2 X's, we'll say. And that does I agree, that does wonders towards bridging theater of the mind communication. Yeah. Oh yeah, don't intentionally set this up, but if you see it occurring, remember you can use it. True.
Echoing in the sky. You make it all the way across the wall and kind of get low. Focus. Close your eyes. Press your hand. There you go. Press your hand against the cold, dark wall and feel it as immediately you carve a kind of circular tunnel through that goes completely to the other side, seemingly to no negative effect.
Seemingly to no negative effect, I've made a tunnel.
Sound different. Why are you using these weird words?
I'm trying to be more pragmatic.
Let's go.
Hey guys, we didn't need a hero's feast yet.
Oh, shit, we didn't heal ourselves.
No, we didn't.
We're gonna get through the wall. Let's get through the wall.
Go and press through the wall.
Yep.
Okay.
We're idiots.
He is looking at
I know, he's making eye contact and rolling a die. Like
I'm
an
not
insult.
gonna look at it.
Keeping track.
I'm not gonna look at it. I can't look at it.
If I don't look, you can't kill me.
I know. If you don't make eye contact.
It's like in school, if you don't make eye contact, everyone's suddenly looking at you.
Yeah, it's the Warner Brothers rule. So, as you guys all one by one dart across and leap beneath the tunnel that Keyleth had created. Keyleth, have you gone through the tunnel? Or are you waiting? Are you going to see everyone else through?
I'll wait and see everyone else through, just in case.
Oh, how generous of you.
Okay.
Yeah. We all are dead.
You all begin just darting through one after another.
I'm gonna
and
try to
Keyleth,
keep a lookout.
you glance
Guard.
up as the very tail end of it. You have Scanlan and Pike at the very end, ready to rush through the tunnel, because the gnomish feet. They both get there as you glance up and watch as one of the Gloomstalkers goes into a full screeching dive towards you at the hall, at the outside of the wall. What are you guys doing?
Just
hurrying.
Just jumping through as fast as our little gnome feet can take us.
Okay. So, Pike, you dart through. Scanlan, you dart through. The size of the tunnel is easy enough for both of you to kind of just run through while crouching, as opposed to having to get on your hands and knees.
Cool.
So you guys start making it through to the side. Pike, you make it out the other side. Scanlan, you're halfway through. Keyleth, you're still there, ready to go in after as it's about to bear down on you.
It's not coming up. It's not gonna.
Oh no, it's going for a straight dive. It's going
for a
right for
straight
you.
dive. Oh god, am I trying to do anything like but get through?
You're running. Come on.
It's just a duck down.
I don't know. I've got to crawl through.
Yeah.
I
So
don't
do you
know
have a
if I can
protection? Do you
it.
have something you can turn into to like?
Oh yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna see it and immediately B shape into like a little mouse and through.
Okay, I want you to roll an initiative roll, because this is going to see whether or not it gets to you in time.
Am I rolling 2 since I'm still half out?
Well, you're halfway in the tunnel. It couldn't fit in the tunnel if it wanted to.
But I mean, am I watching this?
You're watching this.
I'm gonna roll as well.
Also, I'm going to say that I didn't leave the other side of the wall when I realized that she wasn't coming through. So waiting right in front of Scan.
You know, at first when he called for initiative, I was like, initiative? I don't know. And then I thought about it, and I agree with Seth Echelon. Initiative is a good role for that. Like, for specifically the idea of, like, two things have a goal that are, like, mutually exclusive, and it is all about, like, which is, like, getting there quicker. Initiative's a really solid role for that. Yeah, that felt weird at first, but I'm with it. I'm totally with it. Nah, heck, that I'm rolling too. Yeah. I don't like being asked to suggest what's in the environment. I don't want to place things. Oh! In reference to me saying, like, I wanted my players to, like, place things in relation to each other. I don't mean, like, I'm asking them to place, like, where is the water pitcher compared to the water bowl? I'm saying, like, within a, like, 40 square mile area is this statue. Where is this statue in relation to that pit when they are, like, 10 miles apart from each other? I'm not talking about, like, they enter a room and I'm asking them to, like, lay out the room for me. That is definitely not the case. It is stuff that exists that is not within direct line of sight of each other, and they have to try to place them accordingly. Yeah. Oh, you mean like map making? Yeah, like charting, orienteering, that sort of thing. Yeah. I rarely do it, but I'm trying. Part of my exploration mechanic stuff is trying to make it like easier and more interesting to do that sort of thing, because it's kind of cumbersome normally. Initiative to see if there's a combat at all would be a neat use case. I agree. That's why, yeah, at very first it rang weird to me, but the more it's marinated, I'm like, oh yeah, like this is a very appropriate use of it. Strangely, initiative normally just feels like a prerequisite to combat. Like, oh, combat is happening. We start off combat by rolling initiative. It's just like step one of combat. But it doesn't have to be. Like, it has like its kind of own abstract meaning, just like a stealth check is mechanically used for the hide action, but also has its own abstract meaning that you can use outside of that specific mechanical use case. And so does initiative, which I've never really thought about before. Yeah. Interesting.
Okay, 2 for me. Okay. Natural 19 plus 3. Ooh. So, as you shift down into the tiny mouse-like form, its claws just immediately slam into and sink into the mouse body.
Well, I mean...
Yeah, that's a 23 to hit.
Yeah. Immediately poof.
Well, how much hit points does your mouse form have? Like 1?
24. I'm assuming no more than a kitten's worth.
Right. So yeah. So we'll say for the purposes of 1. So that would be 16 points of piercing damage. So your form immediately reverts. Its claws now fills with your regular Keyleth form. You take 15 points of piercing damage, Keyleth, and you are grappled.
Cool story, cool.
As soon as it grabs you, it begins to pull you out of the tunnel and lift with you in its claws.
Can I grab her
You're
arms?
on the other side of the wall. Scanlan's on the other side right now.
Just me. I'm 3 feet away from you.
Yeah, but he's in front of you, so.
Sure.
Yeah. So everyone's on the other side of the wall. Scanlan's in the
Sure, I
middle,
saw it, though.
and Keyleth's in the front. You saw it shriek and dive down. You don't know what happened from that point. You can glance down, and you just watch as Keyleth is being pulled up. So you see that happening. Scanlan, what are you doing?
All right, I'll yell to the rest. It's got Keyleth, and then I'll cast Dominate Monster on it, I guess.
Okay. So what's the spell DC on that?
Well, I don't know if I was probably not fast enough to pull up my horn,
Nope.
so 20.
It's a natural 4 + 3.
Yeah!
So, as you say that and turn around, you bring your hand up and begin muttering the incantation and finish it with a flourish. And
I could have just done that this whole time.
as you finish the incantation, you watch as a small ring of glowing purple pink glyphs kind of appear like a crown around the outside, floating about 3 inches
so
from the exterior
cute.
of the Gloomstalker's head. And its shriek goes, "Ow!" And it's just there hovering in the air, about 10 feet up, clutching Keyleth.
All right. Please deposit her on the other side
Slowly.
of the wall.
So you guys watch as the Gloomstalker just over the wall and lands on the ground, slamming Keyleth. It slams you into the ground as it lands.
I don't speak gloom.
5 points.
Yes, you just kind of wham, it kind of almost knocks the wind out of you, and you kind of slam into the hard ground, but the claws kind of unfurl and leave you.
I made it, guys. I'm glad you made it.
Have this thing, Paul.
Only 59 more minutes.
Maybe you can tell the others to leave us
Yeah, to leave us alone.
For sure.
Yeah, call them off.
All right.
Or maybe it's that it's on the other side of the wall where we're dead.
Does he keep re-rolling to break me, or no? It's just, that's it.
Tell it's handled. We're dead.
Hold on.
And then we can write him in here.
We're dead, right? It's fine.
So ask him if he has any money and ask him if he can make a good dinner because I'm hungry.
Where's the nearest 7-Eleven?
And ask him.
No, each time the target takes damage, it has to take damage to get the save again. So it's just under your control for an hour until it takes damage.
All right. First things first. Please go tell your fellow gloomy friends that the hunt is off. No more flesh down here.
Disappeared.
And come back.
And you can see now as it's landed, its giant wings have kind of folded under into these kind of like folded knuckle-like claws that hit the ground as it kind of. And it gets really close and kind of snarls at you. And as it gets close, the air gets colder in its presence. It's almost like it brings this drop. And it's already pretty cold here in the Shadowfell, but it becomes pretty much freezing as soon as it gets within maybe 5 feet of you. It seems to just suck heat out of the air as it's kind of glaring at you. It begins to take up, and you can now see 3 other Gloomstalkers who saw it dive earlier are like arriving towards your location. As it rides up towards them, you hear the other ones kind of snap at it and circle it, and they all kind of have this what looks like almost an argument if there was. And then eventually they break, and they begin shouting off. And you watch as the heavy clusters that have been kind of swarming this area of the town begin to respond in kind. You hear the echoes, the cacophony of various screeches and screams, and they all begin to slowly dissipate and diffuse amongst the entire city of Thar and Fala.
Well, that went well.
Good job, Scanlan.
Welcome back, Scanlan Shorthall.
It's good to be back. Okay, we'll need a name for him, obviously.
Yes.
So, anybody got any ideas?
Benjamin is what I'm
Benjamin's
thinking.
great.
Oh, yes. Mr. Mistopheles.
Maybe
Even better.
Can we ride him to the tower?
Well, some of us can, right? By looking at him, does it seem like how much can he carry? Or she?
You're not certain. Based on its size, it could maybe carry 3 medium to small people.
Okay, well, that
What's
helps.
around us right now? Sorry,
Okay.
what's around us right
So
now?
as you glance around the other side of the wall, the city is denser than this inner cloister, and the buildings all seem to be newer or repaired. It seems like this kind of inner sanctum of Thar and Fala has garnished most of the attention of those that currently reside within its space. And as you are glancing up, too, you see the flicker, like the faint flicker of the conjoining strands of magical energy that are rising up to the pinnacle of the Tower of Entropis, where you see kind of like these 3 heavy claw-like fingers that jut out of the top of the tower, all kind of curve inward. And when the flash is in the center of it, it's just glowing brighter and brighter.
It's getting
That pulsing is like.
Oh, fuck.
It's almost like seeing this heartbeat of pure energy that's just swelling and swelling.
I don't think we have time to stop.
Well, we can, so no more healing. But we could fly right up there and break it, that thing.
Or we could head towards the tower and
Do we
tell
really
him to
want
go
to do
in
any
and
other
just cause
healing?
damage.
Break it, that thing.
I mean,
Yeah,
I can heal us,
why
but we
don't you
can't
just-
rest. There's no time for
No time
rest.
for rest.
No time for a
that's-
hero's
yeah.
feat.
No time, man. Again, soft timers, but they're all the same timer. There's no stacking of timers. There's no conflicting stuff. There's no multiple things, and it's all soft. It is progressing exactly as fast as Matthew Mercer would like it to progress. And Matthew Mercer has pretty great dramatic timing. And I think he is putting in these progressions at fairly solid points of Delilah's doing something. It related to the siphons. They get through the siphon. Oh, there's a big ass tower. I bet it's probably something to do with that. Also, that tower was the only thing that they saw in the visions of the Shadowfell. Then we get here. You interrogate someone. They say, yup, Delilah's up in the tower. It's the only thing of note on the entire horizon. And now that they've gotten even closer, they're probably within spitting distance of the actual tower itself, Matt is getting even more specific and drawing their attention not just to like the general top, but also this collection of energy that is occurring at the top. And he is describing it as accelerating in some way. Who knows? Maybe, I mean, if we like want to take the most analytical, like scientific, sort of pedantic view of it, it could be accelerating in its beating for any number of reasons. Maybe it accelerates and then decelerates, and it has like a heartbeat sort of rhythm in its own beating. It has like a meta beat within its, or it has like a trend line within its beats. We could come up with any explanation for it. The important thing is that it feels as though their time is running out. They don't have direct evidence that it is. And so they don't have a how do I say it? There's positives and negatives to a softer versus a hard timer, but the positives are that they are not going to get stuck analyzing, right? If it was a hard timer, if they knew exactly how much time they had, they could then spend some of that time at least trying to math out the exact time allotments that they can give to any given thing. And that itself takes table time. Now, if you want something that is hyper strategic, maybe that's good. But if you're not going as hyper strategic, you're in theater of the mind, you're not on gridded, I think a soft timer is a lot better because you can time the escalations with dramatic moments within the scene and within the actual play of it all. So instead of the progression happening of like, okay, we have 5 days left, now we have 4 days, right? That's each day that passes is the progression. With a soft timer, the DM has to be more active in how you progress said timer, if you want to progress it. But what the progression even means, when it happens, like all of these things can be much more free form, very fluid, put at good points within the actual narrative. Like them getting this close and now seeing this beating energy at the top is good because now they have like a very like explicit direct target that seems to be doing something, because even before they had the vague target of Delilah or the tower. You know, how are they going to break the tower? Fucking who knows? But now they have a very singular point, and it's when they are very close to that singular point, when it is now kind of do or die. It's not like they're seeing this hyper escalation in the timer right as they got in, right? They're not seeing this right as they reach the outskirts. Because on the outskirts, Matt needed them to be able to experiment a little bit. He needed them to be able to fuck around and interrogate a dude, or take this sensor and see how the undead react, jump house to house, you know, what have you. So you have the vagueness of there's a ritual It's happening soon, TM. Delilah is over there. So they have a target the whole time, and they have a timer. They know that something is happening, and they want to stop it. But there's not a deep sense of urgency. Whereas when you see something like this, an environmental thing that is ostensibly accelerating, and it is right at the top of where you have associated all of your other timers with. Like, you know, again, if we're wanting to be like full pedantic zone, who knows? That energy might have nothing to do with teleportation or the rituals, or, you know, that could just be like a lighthouse for the tower that like lets everyone, you know, identify it at a distance. Obviously, I don't think that that's what it is. And, you know, I only highlight that to say these timers and the progression of the timers don't have to be explicitly connected. They don't have to be, you know, integral to each other. They just have to be sort of spiritually or symbolically connected, right? They have to be in the same general area of like, okay, our pressure right now is this tower. It's also our goal. And so now Matt puts the new timer at the top of the tower, which was what they were already heading towards. You know, it's a very natural progression, even if it is, in the most literal of terms, disconnected. So I'm fucking taking notes over here, man. I am taking notes because I love a good timer. I think Matt is learning. I mean, we want to talk about what he's learned from past, you know, VODs and experiences. The Chroma Conclave could never. The Chroma Conclave could never. The closest it ever got was Umbrasyl's interaction with Westrun. But that got about as far as Delilah's doing a ritual, right? That was about the equivalent of what we got with Umbrasyl. Umbrasyl's starting to become unhappy with the deal and he's taking people instead. That's about as far as we got. And again, just highlighting all of the things that I think Matt is doing so well here and better strictly in comparison to his old stuff. I think that this is leagues better at keeping the players moving forward while balancing their exploratory instincts. I think it's a masterclass. This episode and the last episode, man.
I bought this fucking chalices.
Next time.
It might still be useful.
How long does this feast take?
Like an hour or something.
Yeah.
It'll hardly matter.
We can't just take like an hour.
I think that thing is like.
I mean, let's
up to
we
you
get
guys.
inside.
It's a gradual. It's not like all of a sudden right now you watched it.
We only
like
have-
as you've
we
been
only have,
getting towards it, you watched it
Mr.
just
Mistopheles
slowly swell. So who knows?
Some of us could get on Mr. Mistopheles and fly around the tower and see if there's a window that we could bust in or something.
I wonder if Delilah is like on the top of the tower.
Yeah, but we'll be on a thing, so maybe we won't be very
Oh, there it is.
conspicuous.
Actually, maybe if we ask Mr. Mistopheles, I'm going to never get tired of saying that, to just go up to the tower, greet whoever's up there, and then throw them off.
Well, it's just a pulsing orb of doom, isn't it?
No, there might be people by the Orb of Doom. There
Just
might be
go
things
up
on
there
top of the
and cause
tower,
havoc.
right?
Oh, that's a good idea.
One of us needs to see what's up there.
I mean, no, we can just send him up there, and then we can head in through
Oh,
the
that's
town.
true.
You can just be a
You can just
problem.
report it.
Just go up there.
I don't
and
know how he's dumb. What if he comes back, he's like, oh.
Well, you can just say go up there. If there's anything living up there,
Can
throw it off.
Can one of us go up there with him to just kind of
Alone?
scout it out? Yeah. Yeah, if someone's invisible, can't you all be invisible?
Yes, of
Anybody?
course.
Just me.
Yes,
check.
just you.
Can't you make all of us invisible?
Not while I'm concentrating on Mr. Mistopheles.
I say we head in closer on foot. If you want to ride Mr. Mistopheles up to the top of the tower, that's one thing. But I think just sending him up there or sending him to just be an agent of chaos.
I could probably ride him, and if shit goes south, I could get away.
You could always get swallowed.
Yeah. By Mr. Mistopheles.
I get the distinct impression we're going to have options before this day is over.
Maybe we have to do. I feel like we're gonna have to do a lot of things to stop this and thwart this.
We need to get into the tower. We don't even know how to do that.
We don't know what we're talking about, which is why I think the idea to go scope it out is a good one.
Does it look like there's any windows on the tower, or is it just like a big old Rapunzel tower?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Nope.
Well, hold on, 19.
19, still pretty good. Not a single window.
No
It
windows.
is a solid tower.
Are there any
Solid tower.
doors? No windows and no doors.
You can't tell from your perspective right now. The base is currently obscured by the very, very dense buildings.
Ultimate challenge.
Should we
for
should we check one of the buildings and then we can figure out who wants to go check it out so we can like get out of the open?
Yeah, let's get in a building and hide.
because he's a cleaner.
And the tower, like, is it obscured by all this shit happening on top of it? But like, Vex can see there's no windows. Can we see if there's like a rooftop to it at all? Or
I mean, there is a top to the tower, but it's.
But is it this? Is it this? Or can we not see?
The tower gently tapers and then comes to an end. There is a top, and then you see this 3 giant curled finger-like black spires that kind of curl inward on the 3 different places from the outside inward, and then there's the platform where the tower stops, where it seems like there would be kind of a
Somewhere to stand.
somewhere to stand.
And then the thing that's glowing is like off of the ground of the tower, and it's like.
It's filling up the entirety of that space between the fingers on the actual roof of the tower.
What if it has
Rogue
like
One.
expanding all the way to the
gotta find
crystals?
one computer.
We gotta find the one hole in the star.
Yeah.
All right, what's the nearest building? Is there like one building that's closest to where we came through the tunnel?
Yeah, you guys are about 10 feet from the nearest building.
Can I walk over? Are there any windows?
This building does not have any windows.
Does it have a door?
It does.
Can I knock?
Also, I'm just going to point out, a few streams ago, I mentioned when I was talking about soft timers, and I was talking about magical batteries, and saying that magical batteries are an incredible soft timer. Boom, magical battery. Magic battery. It's in the form of a glowing orb on top of a tower. That shit's a magic battery. And I stand by everything I said back then.
You watch as an older gentleman with like a very thin kind of gray goatee, looks a little sallow, missing his left eye. He currently has like a small sack over his shoulder, and he comes to the door.
Hey, come here! And I just grab his face.
Inside.
Can we just go in?
Well, we're going in now, aren't we?
Let's go.
And we're walking. I'll tell Mr. Mustafali to do like a 90-second loop and come back down and check in on us because he can't fit in the door, I guess. Yeah. I should fly around 90 seconds and then swoop back down.
Just kind of does a small circle as you guys all rush into the building. You enter the inside. You see what looks to be a lot of building materials. It looks like some of the other buildings here were probably used as the storage facilities for what a lot of the city was rebuilt as. And there's nobody else inside right now. This gentleman looks like he was on his way out of the building as you interrupted him. And as he's now, most of his head is just completely clasped by your giant Goliath Titanstone knuckle adorned hand. You just see like a little bit of his eyes peeking over Grog's mouth. He's just like, you can see he's got like the heavy male pattern. Looks kind of like the D&D dungeon master from the cartoon. He's like a bald on top of this long gray hair that kind of goes past his shoulders. He's very, very thin, just missing the left eye, and he's just like, just limp. He's like, he's not even gonna fight it. Nice.
Oh, hey. We're sent here by Delilah Briarwood. You may know her. Right. Yeah, the ritual that's happening on top of the tower. How long until that thing's done? Blink once for 15 minutes. Blink twice for an hour or more.
Maybe for a bunch of days. Maybe he doesn't know.
Yeah. Do you know? Blink once for yes. Wait. Twice for no.
Blink technically only.
He does.
15 minutes. No, that was once for 15 minutes.
No, that was an hour at least.
I thought he blinked before. Are we in an hour and 15 minutes?
I don't think you can call it a blink if you've got one eye. I think it's just a wink.
That's a good point. Man, semantics.
Because I have
you get the sense that as you say that, it does hurt him a little. His demeanor, while already pretty shattered, just even further kind of.
Does he have any pouches on him or anything in his hands? He's just.
Nothing in the sense he had like a small sack over his shoulder that he was like leaving with, and he's just adorned in regular like.
Is the sack on the ground now? Or is it still over his shoulder?
No, it's currently on the ground. Actually, he probably dropped it as soon as you just rushed and pushed him in.
I'll take the satchel. I'll give it to Puck. So look in here.
Okay. You glance inside, and as soon as you grab it, you hear the clanging of metal. And you look inside, you can see what appear to be a handful of dark metal short swords, daggers, what appear to be some simple dried rations. And in fact, if you glance around the side of the room now, you can see a lot of the supplies here, aside from construction supplies, you see a handful of weapons that are just kind of well-made, recent-made, not seen battle yet.
They're about to move. They're about to invade.
Burn the fucking city down.
I mean, sure. What?
Where'd that come from?
I mean, if they're planning on transporting this whole fucking city and setting an army loose on our world, why don't we just burn the whole fucking city down? Destroy their rations, destroy their weapons.
I'm excited about this plan. I think it's a good plan.
Wait, what? No, it's not. It's a terrible.
Let's burn down Manhattan. How do you do that?
Shall we ask this gentleman some
Start a big
questions?
fucking fire.
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna remove my hand. Obviously, you're like really cool with the perspective of dying, and I will like quicken that if you make a loud noise. Right? Like, have you ever seen like Jello mixed with like apple pudding? That's what I'll do to your head.
Make an intimidation check.
And an intelligence check for Joe.
Arnold Palmer.
I did.
Universal.
Arnold Palmer.
Arnold Palmer?
Like velvet, depending on where you are.
22.
22.
Ooh. Nice.
He doesn't make a sound more than the gentle triggle out of his pant leg does.
I think that's a yes.
Grab like the scruff of his collar.
Okay. As you release, you kind of, you can see his teeth are broken and yellowed. His one kind of gaping socket is kind of just twitching a little bit from just the recovery of the sudden, rapid series of events that he was not expecting today. As he kind of gathers his breath and kind of scratches the side of his leg. So, what do you wish to do to me?
Nothing. We gotta hurry.
I know. No, really. Do you know anything about the ritual?
I mean, not the specifics.
Do you know if it's gonna be over soon?
I know that some of the acolytes were rushing through, expediting things recently.
Expediting things. Why? What did they say?
I don't know.
Did they tell you to gather weapons?
They just told us to be ready.
For what? What's the plan here, man? You're really far away from anything fucking nice.
You watch him kind of close off as you start saying that, and he kind of catches himself saying too much information. Kind of his demeanor goes cold.
Please, we know you're gonna transport to another plane.
You're trying to bail, aren't you? Are you trying to run?
No, I'm just joining the fight.
Oh my god, he was gonna leave.
Well, he's clearly clamming up. I put my hand back over the front of his face, and I take the other one, and I put it on the back of his face, and I start making my fingers touch.
He reaches up and like just grabs the small symbol, the familiar loop with the fork above it, and kind of just clasps it in his hand and doesn't resist.
Oh.
No?
I thought he was gonna do something.
Do you want it?
Yeah. Put him a little lower, Grog.
Mm.
I'm gonna rip off the necklace.
He's like clasping it in his hand, make a strength check. Drop it! Drop it!
Goddamn gauntlet.
God, we're so terrible.
We are not allowing you to sacrifice the
Natural
soul.
20.
He's clasping it, and you can see him like his one his eye kind of rolls back to kind of hold on to it, and he's kind of muttering a prayer beneath your fingers. He's like, and you tear from his grasp. It's like,
We'll give it back. You just gotta answer some questions for us.
No, we won't. Look away if you want to preserve anything, and I just squish his head.
Oh!
as you're saying that, you watch his one eye open, and his hands go.
Look, not even to get into Vox Machina's morality, because it's complicated. They are cultists, whatever. But I've just got to give kudos to Travis, because it's like when Ashley Pike is like, oh no, we're not gonna squish his head. He's just got to answer some questions. It's like, man, bro already answered questions. He doesn't know shit. Like, this is a random civilian, and like, if you're gonna do whatever you're gonna do to him, just get it over with. And continuing to just hound this guy would have just wasted time. Like, I don't know. To me, at least, it was pretty clear that he was not going to know anything. And yup. It was that, Hans. It was a good button squish. Yeah, it was very much a good read, I think, on Travis's part of like, bro's not gonna tell you anything else. Let's just get this over with. Squish. Like, let's just move on the scene. We could keep fucking torturing this guy a little more, but not only is that somewhat graphic, and who people may be varying amounts of comfortable with, but it's also just wasting time. Let's just kill him and move on. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta let your players engage in a little things that would be considered terrible IRL, but when it's against the part of a murder cult, I'm a bit nonplussed. Yeah, I mean, the morality is very fundamentally different, which is why I was like, it's not even, it's kind of an over here conversation. I don't really care too much about it. It's more like the acknowledgement that you don't need to just continue torturing this guy until he tells you something. Just the convincedness that this person must know something that he's not telling you. I think Travis had the proper read of, I think we've gotten all we're gonna get out of this guy. Yeah. Travis, you were less skeptical about it at the start, but you see why all saying Sam and Travis are awesome. Oh, I mean, yeah, Travis Willingham is a national treasure. He's incredible. And I think he has a very good read. Like, how do I say this? I think Matt has pretty impeccable dramatic timing. I think the person at the table with the second best dramatic timing is Travis. I think that is part of what makes him such a good button pusher. I think he is very aware of when a scene is dragging and is very active about getting through it. And is very good at it. And I think this is a good example of like, man, we're just gonna like sit here and like torture this guy. Like, is this really how we want to not only spend our fictional time, but like spend our real life time? Like the other cultists that were like doing the rounds, I think it's somewhat clear to me at least, had more information than this random fucking guy. And we already tortured the other dudes. We really just don't need to do this. Is this like how we're gonna spend our time? And he just very quickly and easily puts a button on the scene and gets on. Yeah. Like I said, kind of regardless of the morality of torture, killing goons, or whatever. I think it was a good identification of scene pacing and a not great identification of scene pacing from the rest of them.
And then you're just spray on Pike.
Dude, I thought you were giving me the signal, like end it. Like,
I was gonna. Whatever.
oh, well, we'll work on it.
We'll find
I'm sorry.
another one. It's okay.
Yeah, it's just really. I'm sorry.
Oh,
sorry.
brains.
Pike got dragon edged.
Also, I don't know if this is purposeful on Travis's part. If it is, masterful play. But squishing his head so that he cannot be speak with deaded. Because he does not have working face anymore, they cannot cast Speak with Dead on him and potentially waste even more time into the undeath of this random mook. So, I don't know if that was purposeful on his part. I could totally see that being a total coincidence, but if it was, even more kudos.
Yeah.
Is there like a water bucket around?
Make an investigation check.
Wow. So, but set fire to the house, right? Burn the whole city down?
No.
Sadly,
11.
the city is mostly stone. I don't know if we can burn it.
As
down.
having this conversation, you do find a small basin
do some
that
damage.
is filled with water. The people that live in the city still need to live, and it looks like there are means of feeding and drinking, though you get the sense that they may or may not, most of the supplies seem to come from outside of the Shadowfell.
Let's poison the water.
I take a little bit of the water and kind of like control it and like let Pike wash off a little bit.
Okay.
Thanks. I got a little in my mouth.
Wait, there's a little bit of skull right there.
Oh, that's a little chunk where the joint is. It's just this little bit. It just breaks naturally if you put pressure on
There's just
either side.
this slumped pile of dark cloth, thin body, and Ricky Omes just there on the ground.
Wow, way to bring that back.
So, what's the plan, guys?
We've got a little shadow creature coming back around in a moment.
I mean, what do we?
Want to jump on and do a scouting pass?
We'll head towards the tower.
Should we to the tower?
You guys do the scout, we'll heal.
Guys, are we not gonna do a hero's feast?
I mean,
can't.
it's an hour. It takes an hour, right?
Can't risk it.
It's an hour.
What do you think's going to happen in an hour? Everything's going to kick off in an hour.
Wouldn't you hate to miss it by 15 minutes?
I mean, has the pulse has gotten stronger since we've been here? I don't know if that pulse means it's about to go, or if the pulse means that
This
then
guy was
5
about to
minutes
leave
in.
his house to go walk over there for the final part of the ritual.
All right, where's
Or he was trying to bail before the final part of the ritual.
I think he was in.
Where's your pet? Let's go find some shit.
He
out.
had
All right.
rations. No one takes rations.
He had a whole bunch of. No, I
think he was working out here.
He was like handing out weapons.
It was like
and
carpentry of the damned sort of thing.
Yeah.
What if the giant orb has to reach the crystals?
It might, but it might just do the. And then reach crystals.
Technical terms.
Yeah.
It's
So
magic. It's
who's
the best
going
I've
up?
got.
Who's going up?
Boys.
Me and
Riding.
All three of you?
I'm not going up.
Oh,
no.
just you two. Okay.
How's
Riding
everybody,
Mr.
how's everybody
Mistopheles?
doing
I'm,
right
I'm
now?
a little.
I'm a little rough.
Do a quick heal.
Yeah,
I
let
could
me
use
do,
20 points.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
okay.
can use 20 points of that.
Let's do a little mass cure wounds situation.
Do it.
But do it with a flare.
Oh, fudge.
Flare.
What? Oh, that's a 1, not a 7, isn't it?
13.
That's fine.
That's
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, we'll take it.
If we're taking a short rest, I can add my
Are you guys taking a short rest?
Well, while they fly up, is it enough time for the people staying in the house to heal a little bit?
You guys can take a short rest if you wanted to during that time, if you wanted to do a full scoping. By the time you come back, that spell's about to fade.
I mean, yeah, we're going to go as fast as
So
we
you bring
can.
it back in the time.
So those that are
when
traveling
it's
can't take a short rest.
Yeah, that's fine.
And if that fades, he's fully aware that he was dominated, right?
Well,
But he's not super smart.
you don't know.
Okay.
Was that 13
Especially
points?
me.
It was
I
13
assume.
points.
Yeah, you
For
especially
short
don't
rest, we took some hit
Yeah,
points.
I don't know. Time's a wasting scan. Let's go.
Let's go. Mr. Mistopheles.
As you open the door, they're kind of just landing. Heal, and I'll bring it up full points. You guys climb onto its back?
Yes, we do.
Okay, you climb onto its back. Touching this creature is like touching the inside of a freezer. Even with gauntleted hands, you have to kind of wrap some of your cloth around and not give yourself frostbite over a period of time. Even resting on it, especially with your leather armors, it chills you to the bone. And as you take up, and even just maybe 10, 15 minutes into just up into the air, kind of gathering as to whether or not you'll be noticed or spotted by this, you can feel it beginning to chill your teeth, beginning to chatter just from being that proximity of the freezing cold creature. And it's strange because you touch it, it feels less like fur and flesh and more like you're grabbing onto a very, very thick sackcloth. Like it tugs and pulls, and it feels almost like the scruff of a cat or dog's neck. But it has a clothy texture, and as you grab it, you can feel the cold wisps of shadow and darkness obscure your hands. You feel like you're plunging your arms into it, but you find purchase within that shadow and hold on.
We'll need a spoon for warmth.
I nestle in behind Scanlan.
I gladly accept.
Let's ride.
Let's ride.
All right, so as you guys take up into the sky, and you guys are taking your short rest, we're going to take a quick break on our end as well. Use the restroom, get a snack.
There it is. Okay. Woo, man. Look, I said this was, last time, I was like, this is pretty immediately in contention for my favorite, start of an arc. I think I feel confident about it now. Starting from them walking into the ziggurat room in Marquette and on, I think it is, yeah. I think it just straight up is my favorite start to the arc. And I'm very psyched. I can't wait for what's next. I don't even have a lot of further breakdown because there was very few things I even didn't like. I was nervous about some things, or I thought some things were risky, but they worked out. I thought, there was a bit of miscommunication around some of the theater of the mind things, but that just kind of fucking happens. And I don't think it would have been highly benefited from being gridded. Solid. Just solid, man. I'm trying to think of anything I would change, and I kind of just can't. Which is tough. Normally at the end, I do a little bit of a recap of I liked this, I didn't like this, and then I kind of defend my position on the things I didn't like. I got fucking nothing. This is great. It's just good fucking telly, dude. It's just solid. Maybe the only thing I could say is I don't know, not every player is playing exactly perfectly the entire time. I don't know. Feels like a pretty weak critique. Because I think they were all doing great the majority of the time. And I maybe had one moment where I was like, thanks, Travis, for, breaking past, the other characters kind of wasting a little bit of time. But I don't know. That's such a small piece. And also, Travis did it. He did solve it in the moment. And we all, trade off responsibility of that sort of thing in our actual tables. Yeah, man, I'm psyched about it. It's just good. It's just good. Took a long time to start, but what a start. That's how I'm feeling, man. And I will be even more straight up. I'm not a super huge fan of the Shadowfell and of this sort of environment. One of the toughest parts about Age of Umbra to me was that I'm just not into the FromSoft Dark Souls dark gritty, everything is blood and bones and falling apart and decay. I don't know. It's fine, but I'm not like super into it. Yeah, very grimdark. Like I think like Warhammer is about. I like Warhammer for a lot of the other parts of it, for a lot of the other parts of the lore. The grimdark aspects of it are just kind of are like neutral frosting on top of the other stuff that I like about like Warhammer. So like all that is to say, the Shadowfell of it all is not the part that's attracting me. For me, it's just like good play, good plot, good sequences, good drama, good timing, pacing. The Gloomstalkers are cool. Not even like really. And it's funny, like I say that like the Gloomstalkers are cool. I don't even really mean like their appearance, but I like them as these like kind of dumb, sort of animalistic flying patrol guards that like can communicate, but simply I'm into it. I'm into like their place within the ecosystem here. Yeah. And like the whole like grimdark Shadowfell of it all is just very much a personal preference thing. That is like I have no like actual like argument for not liking it. It's just not my cup of tea. And so when we're in such a place that isn't my cup of tea and I still like it so much, I don't know. To me it speaks of just the level of quality, man. Yeah. You don't even know. Yeah. I love watching someone else watch CR for the first time. Hell yeah, Rose TW. I'm glad you're having fun. There's like 200 or 300 more streams if you want to keep watching. Hopefully at some point, I will edit them. I'm making progress, I swear. 2 big grids and grids can preset player expectations to here be battle. That's why I prefer Theater of the Mind and sketches unless it's a big set piece battle. I'm generally on the same page, Song Willow. And I think that it sometimes is good for like detailed communications or really detailed encounters, but nothing in this session was like the spacing and the relationships between where objects are, like none of that was so detailed as to necessitate a grid in this case. I think if there had been, a whiteboard that Matt could have like drawn out things on a few times, I think that probably would have been like my best case scenario, but I very much understand why they don't do that. That's extra camera work. That's, and whiteboarding is so tough to get to show up on like a camera. You have to like really fuck with the white balance because of how white the whiteboard is. So I very much understand why they don't do that. And of all the options, I definitely think that the time saving and the fluidity of the Theater of the Mind here was definitely a good trade for the potential clarity of something like a grid. Yeah, man. It's great. Rough map mock-up using spare dice as terrain? Sure. Absolutely. I love the Shadowfell, but like mostly for creature stat blocks. That's fair. The monsters that we were seeing were very cool. I like the little spotlight things out of the what was it? Gloomstalker. I liked those. Those were very cool. Yeah. I like Grimdark when it doesn't take itself too seriously. That's what got me into Warhammer TTRPG. That's also incredibly fair. Yeah, Warhammer does not take itself too seriously. Yeah. I didn't think I'd like the Shadowfell, and then I ran it and got some hooks into it. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. This picture is the Shadowfell. It's fine. It's fine. Great Foley. Great Foley. I agree. Yeah, man. Yeah, I have nothing bad to say. I almost like want to put the edited version of this episode at the very start of the series. Maybe I'll have to include it as part of like a trailer or something. Just to make sure that everyone is aware that I do really like the show. Sometimes I'm very critical of it. Sometimes I, really break down where I thought that Matt went wrong or where one of the players went wrong. But goddamn, it's a good show. It's really good. Critical Eyes trailer, yeah, something like that. I'm on Ep4, but notice you are live right now. Gotcha. Well, I hope you enjoy. Underdark is tough. I really started liking Critical Role around the Briarwood arc. The Slayer's take was interesting, and there were some really fun parts about the Underdark. Like, I think it gets fairly lambasted, but there's some real highlights in there. The weird anime supersonic villain, or the in the Field of Glass. While I made fun of it quite a lot, it was at least like an interesting design for a monster. So there's a lot going on there that I liked. Yeah. As someone who's dabbled quite a bit in Grimdark, I love it the most when the message is about hope and still standing up to fight in spite of the cruel world. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Anyways. I think that's probably the end for me. I think if all goes how I think it will, we will be back on Monday with the second half of this episode. We'll see. Maybe. I was hoping that the schedule would solidify more in February. It hasn't. I will let you know when it does. I hope for it to soon. And hopefully the internet stays stable and all that. And, that's... So, possibly see you on Monday. If you don't see, the event, the premiere, don't wait up. But, yeah. That's about it. I'll see you all later. Goodbye. Oh, I missed the end. Normally I hit the end broadcast button right as I'm saying goodbye.